we need the extract to be read out to us. Thank you.
Economy is built around
observation, sir. While you were making your submission on this loan, you used the word investigation. I would have preferred us to use the committee to
realistic brief. As long as you put your mind to it, I'm sure that between the Joint Committee of Appropriation and Works, they should be able to give us a holistic brief and report as to the effect of the 150 billion loan and the benefit of the Senator Rashid Ladoja Circular Road project to the people of Oyo State, and also want to know what the impact of this road will be on the IGR, either directly or indirectly. So we expect that you also have a report for us by next week Tuesday, before next week Tuesday. So therefore we have 3 reports that we're expecting as of next week. 4 reports. We spoke about the SUBEB, the test fund. I was thinking we should join it to make one, so that the recommendation of that joint report will inform our decision as to approval or yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleague, I just want to make an observation, sir. While you were making your submission on this loan, you used the word investigation. I would have preferred us to use the committee to do due diligence, because media men are here. They can use that word, investigate, to connote another thing. So I would have preferred the committee for you to rule on do.
That's even me. I forgot I used the word investigate. I hope you did not bring it to light. Honorable Babajide.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name remains Honorable Babajide Gabriel, represent the good people of North State Constituency. I also still remain the Jagaban of this 9th and 10th Assembly. From the brief just given to us, I think the 150 billion loan just said, I think we need the extracts to even know, is it the 150 billion loan, is it only for the circular road or for other projects in Ibadan alone? Please, I think we need the extracts to be read out to us. Thank you.
Are you asking as a concerned citizen of Ibadan or as a member of... Oh well, there will be a brief sent to all members concerning all the bills. That means we have to understand the spirit in which the Executive Council is approving this request, or sending this request to the House of Assembly, meaning that the extract is something that all members should be privy to. So therefore, the clerk and the management will get to all members the extracts from all the letters that have been read today, so that we can better be in sync with the spirit of the executive in terms of I can read out this extracts, but one interesting fact that was in the extracts is that the weighted average of the interest rate for the whole facility is 13.4%, and when compared with the current inflation rate of over 28%, it makes the proposal very attractive and good standing compared to the pricing of other conditions. So one thing we can take from this part of the extract is that the loan percentage, the payback, the interest rate is at 13.4% as compared to what you will find in other facilities that they might try to receive. All these other points will be sent, will be compressed, will be summarized and sent to all members, especially on the Senator Rashid Ladoja's Circular Road project, so that members can be well informed. When we go back to our constituencies, when we are anywhere representing our people or the government, you'll be well informed to defend whatever position that we decide to take collectively. Any other contribution, comments? Okay, that is all for message from the governor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Next item on the order paper is other announcement by the Speaker.
There are some announcements. The first announcement is to recognize the presence of the students of Political Science Department from the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Ibadan, who are in the gallery to observe the day's plenary. I urge you to be observant and be attentive as the deliberation progresses so that you can gain maximally from this procedure. I wish you a happy viewing and a journey message back to your base. You are welcome to the Oyo State House of Assembly. Enjoy the deliberation. Thank you. The next announcement is for the Oyo State House of Assembly Muslim community. They wish to inform the Right Honorable Speaker and the House that the community has scheduled a special prayer for the 10th Assembly and the Omitutu 2.0 administration of His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, as follows. Date, Monday, 22nd January 2024. The venue is Oyo State House of Assembly Mosque. Time is 11 a.m. The lecturer is Sheikh Daud Amau Alaga. The announcer is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable A.M. Fadi. Okay, I believe that. Okay, yes, that is all for announcements. Sorry, please, do we all have a brief from the other, the brief for the other bills? A brief from the other bills. Okay, it's just this copy. Okay, it will be circulated after the first reading. They are the brief. Okay. Not just the bills, the brief. Okay, you get the brief. You also get the brief for the committees in question. Also get the brief or the extract for the for consideration of the circular road. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. Next item on the paper is petitions.
No petitions.
Next item is matter of urgent public importance.
No matter of urgent public importance.
Next item is personal explanation, Mr. Speaker.
No personal explanation.
We are now in the order of the day paper. And the first item to be considered in the order of the day paper for this afternoon is first reading of bills. And the bill to be first considered for first reading is Oyo State Presumptive Tax Bill 2023. OIHAB/10/06/24. A bill for a law to establish a presumptive tax system, providing for the imposition, administration, and collection of presumptive tax on individual and entity whose income cannot be ascertained due to a lack of financial record, and for other matters connected therewith. Honorable Sir John Olakunle-Doyin. We want to start the leader of the House. First reading.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Oyo State Presumptive Tax Bill 2024 is being read the first time. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Distinguished honorable colleagues, that was the first reading of the Oyo State Presumptive Tax Bill 2024.
Monitoring Agency Bill 2024 is being read the first time. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, the Oyo State Projects Performance Monitoring Agency Bill 2024 has now been read for the first time. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleague. Next item on the order of the day is another first reading of bill. And the bill now to be considered for first reading is Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority Bill 2023. OYHAB/10/08/24. A bill for a law to provide for the establishment of Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority for the enforcement of traffic, environmental and sanitation standards and other matter connected therewith. Honorable Sanjo Adedomi, Honorable Ogbomoso South, Leader of the House.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority Bill 2024 is being read the first time. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, the Oyo State Projects Performance Monitoring Agency Bill 2023 has now been read for the first time. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Next item on our order of the paper is a motion. Motion, a passionate appeal to the executive arm of government to put necessary machinery in motion towards the repositioning of farmers' cooperative society for greater agricultural output and productivity in the state. OIHAM/10/24/24. The additional House take contrast of the positive impact of cooperative society on economic and social development with a view to organ the executive arm of government through relevant MDA to put necessary machinery in place towards the repositioning of farmer cooperative society for greater agricultural output and productivity in the state. Honorable Sanjo Adedoyin Honorable Ogbomoso South, Leader of the House.
Move off the motion, please. Present your motion.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, before I go to the motion, I want to take the leave of the House to make a minor adjustment to the title of the motion. Mr. Speaker, the position farmer cooperative, the farmer there should be removed, sir. It should be a personal appeal to the executive arm of government to put necessary machinery in motion toward repositioning cooperative society for greater agricultural output and productivity in the state.
Okay. Noted.
Honorable Sanjo, Honorable Ogbomoso South, Leader of the House. The House. Note that cooperative society is an association of group of people with focus on investment credit, thrift, loans, center on financing community development, focus to address pressing business, agricultural, small, medium-scale business, and other germane need of their members. Cooperative society emerged upon desire and need to pool resources together with a view to assisting in business financing and meeting other obligations. Many traders, artisans, farmers, transporters became successful through their membership of cooperative society. Unfortunately, many cooperative societies are now moribund and unattractive. This is more pronounced among the uneducated and middle class, for whom cooperative society were mainly meant for. Ironically, it is thriving among the educated elite who have been utilizing the society to make life more meaningful, enjoyable, and convenient. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, further note that many countries prioritize the advantages of this cooperative society, that their entire economy is built around cooperative society. We have Brazil, whose agriculture is built around farmer cooperative society. Ghana equally prioritizes cooperative society as vital contribution to our economy. The situation is the same in many other countries. They give high-yielding seed, farm implement, fertilizer, and other logistics to farmers, and also purchase farm produce from them, take back government investment, and return their profit to them. Aware about the giant stride of His Excellency, Engineer Seyi Makinde, to make your state agricultural business focus and providing an alternative source of livelihood for our youth is highly laudable. Upgrading the existing farm settlement with provision of modern amenities and establishing new one in all zones of the state can as well revitalize the agricultural sectors. Further aware that traders and artisans can equally benefit by channeling subventions, grants, facilities, loans to farmer and artisan from Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources and Trade, Investment, Industry and Cooperative through cooperative society in Oyo State, in order to make sure this facility get to the intended beneficiary, business owner, and not pretenders. Access to loan from various commercial banks come with high interest rates and demand for collateral, which will not be attainable by the rural dwellers. It should be noted that many people are ready and highly committed to engaging in farming and other productive ventures, but are being hampered and restricted financially and unavailability of other logistics that this intervention will take care of. Observe the low relief package to traders under the severe intervention of His Excellency, Engineer Seyi Makinde, aim at restoration of dying business in the state. Further observe that a bill that established Oyo State College of Cooperative and Entrepreneurship Study at Ilora, Afigio local government, was passed by Oyo State House of Assembly. The college designed for manpower supply, provision of cooperative education, knowledge, skill, training, and information are not being fully utilized to justify its existence. Another Federal College of Cooperative Studies is located at Telayele in Ibadan to produce graduates with diploma in various departments of cooperative management. Concerned that, irrespective of numerous registered cooperative societies across every nook and cranny of the state, formal and informal institutions of cooperative study in Oyo State, the primary aim of establishing cooperative society are not being optimally achieved due to mismanagement of resources, lack of clear policy guidelines on cooperatives, inadequate financing, and other related factors. Further concerned that rural development can be achieved if agricultural-based cooperative society form producers association so as to enable access to agricultural-based grants, loan, and some marketable products. Rural farmers can be offered efficient agricultural and cooperative extension service more easily and low cost agricultural information to securing up-to-date machinery and farming technology will bring about economic development. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, resolve to hug the executive arm of government through the Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources to optimize the service of agricultural extension officer, fair diversification and extension of professional prowess to rural agrarian cooperative society, fair training and provision of necessary assistance for economic development, and 2B, provide farm implements such as tractor, fertilizer, high-yielding seed through farmer cooperative society. 2, the Ministry of Trade, Investment, Industry and Cooperative to manage and optimize guidelines and policies of registered cooperative society in the state. B, to revitalize mode of engagement with registered cooperative in order to fulfill the purpose of poverty reduction, women empowerment, employment creation, and others. And they say to provide medium-term loan to cooperative society registered in the state, collaboration with Oyo State Cooperative Federation, OSCOFED. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I beg to move.
A motion has been moved. Any seconder to this motion? Honorable Babajide.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name remains Honorable Adeba Babajide Gabriel, representing the good people of the North Sioux State Constituency. I also still remain the Jagaban of 9th and 10th Assembly. I'm here to second the motion, a passionate appeal to the executive arm of government to put necessary machinery in motion toward positioning farmers cooperative society for greater agricultural output and productivity in the state. Before I make the seconder, I also want to lay my voice on this. I believe if many of us, our father or mother are trader, we understand what the cooperative means. I can also remember when I was small, when my mom was selling bread in UI, that's a cooperative that my mommy used then. First of all, for cooperative investment. So it's one of the cooperative that supports the petty traders. I also want the government, if they can also be a support for at least for a registered cooperative society, like what the majority have just done in this. I think they have done is so much work to bring this to us, and this is what we need right now to support due to the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria, and still along all the traders are really terrible now. If you get to the market, things are already the items. So in that case, I think for this, if the government are the one we are doing right now in the state, the safer product we are doing, if they also incorporate the cooperative, the registered cooperative society in safer, it also go a very long way. It's also in also second.
A motion has been moved and duly seconded, which is a good motion. In order for us to, yes, time.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to add my voice to my younger brother motion, Honorable Leader of the House, that he has done well because he's a product of cooperative money too. Yes, I make bold to say that. I know what I'm talking about. Ogbomoso Parapọ̀ Cooperative Society. Okay. We know them. But truly, Honorable Jide rightly said something which is quite germane, and that is the fact that the safer policy of the government in alleviating the removal of oil subsidy. We all witnessed what happened during the Utah season when the Minister for Humanitarian Affairs was arrested or was asked to report to EFCC, assuming the money released or the money that is being used for poverty alleviation was given out to some of this cooperative society, we will have a better result. So likewise, I want to add that this motion is straightforward, very simple, and I'm very sure we all understand what cooperative society stands for in our state and in our society. So in so saying, I want to support that honorable colleagues should please support and not kill it, because it's a very good motion that is going to help each and every one of us. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. In order for us to conclude on this matter, Honorable Falcome, please.
Commend the mover of the motion, the leader of the House, for the job well done. And if I'm permitted, I would like if this my contribution will be added to the resolve of the motion. And like what the Doctor of the House just said, if we will see that the collapse of the cooperative society brought about the rising of the, what's it called? Thank you. Microfinance banks, who are now supporting small-scale business by force. CQ in their offices as if it's a free money, and it is almost 35% interest. It's by force, when they could not see any cooperative anywhere to belong to again. And this will be also, sir, Shannon, this is my contribution. If government can add it to the safer program and begin to look for community, it could be number of communities. For instance, we can say 500 communities where only 100 belongs. That's a massive number. And when a loan is given to them, the government will also bring in a tax for whosoever that collect the loan. Small tax, because the loan will be a soft loan with little interest. And that will enhance the government to broaden the scope in which they generate tax, as the government is going to do. As to give, you also expect it. They are returning the money, the tax will also being paid. So when they finish paying the money, they have already been as a taxpayer. And they keep on paying the tax. And before you know, almost 5,000 is paying tax. It can be only 100 naira per month. It's money to government. So if you add it to the SEPA project, it will go a lot. So let government put some money to cushion the poverty that is almost everywhere now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Chief Whip.
To resolve, Mr. Speaker, Benga Wekola is my name. I represent Atiba State Constituency. Mr. Speaker, the motion does not say that we don't have cooperative society. We have a lot of cooperative society. But the motion talks towards resuscitating or repositioning our cooperative society. The question is, what brings about the downfall of cooperative society? Have we examined that? And that, in the light of that question, Mr. Speaker, I want to add a leg to our resolve that the House or the relevant committee of the House do organize a public hearing to garner opinions on how to reposition the cooperative society. Public hearing. That will help us not to fall into the former pit. Thank you, sir.
Let me start by the submission of the last speaker, the Chief Whip of the House, Honorable Yukola, about, doing some sort of public hearing or some public events to gather the stakeholders of the cooperatives in order to hear from them directly. I also just want to amend it. I agree with that, with a slight amendment, to put it to the Committee on Commerce as part of their findings in the reports that is still being expected by the House, to investigate and to see what exactly the government can do in order to bolster and encourage and reposition the different cooperatives that we might have into a more effective and functioning cooperative. Also, I believe that what Honorable Uluwa Falcome was saying was that the governor should use the safer fund or other funds to entice small people in order to capture them into the tax bracket, and then when they are done paying, they can continue to pay. But most importantly, what we need is action plans. The first resolution states that the Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources to optimize the services of agricultural extension officers via diversification and extension of professional prowess to rural agrarian cooperative society via training, provision of necessary assistance for economic development. What we can also do in this aspect is that, as part of the findings of the Committee on Agriculture, they should also investigate what the challenges are in terms of agricultural extension officers. Do they still exist? If they do not exist, if they are not functioning, why? What can we do about it? Is the government looking to push on the extension services? In the agribusiness model, I believe that the agricultural extension was not part of the government in the last administration. There was not too much focus on that. That is what I believe, personally. But it will be up to the committee to investigate to see whether or not that is true. And if that is true, then what is the government looking for? What direction are we looking to go in Omitutu 2.2 concerning the agricultural extension officers in order for us to diversify and extend our professional prowess? On the other hand, it also says that we should provide farm implements such as tractors, fertilizers, high-yielding seed farms. We also want the Committee on Agriculture to find out, now that we have, well, we are 99%, as the committee put it at the last time that we investigated, or was it the appropriation, or 90% or 95% completion of the Fashola farm settlement. Now that we have a sample of the farm settlement, is the model good? Are we looking to invest more in farm estates, or are we looking to invest in extension workers, tractors, fertilizers, which they already do? Are they looking to invest more into all that for high, yielding seed for farmers, or are they giving farmers financial money? Are they giving them loans? Are they buying implements for them? Or are they buying agricultural products like fertilizers and pesticides, or whatever the input for agriculture is? So what exactly is the Ministry of Agriculture doing in Omitutu 2.0 to better the agriculture, to boost the agricultural sector, and thereby making the field easier for the people, for the farmers? So therefore, we've given you some parameters. If you remember, all committees they are owing the House of Assembly a report. I am not sure if any of the committee has even brought at least even if it's not holistic, at least some part of the reports. No committee has brought any of this work to the House. So maybe what we'll do is that the management, myself, and the leadership of the House, we have to sit down to have a meeting, probably sometime next week, along with all the committee clerks, individually, with the management and the leadership, whereby we will stipulate what the parameters of the report should be. I believe that maybe that is some sort of drawback in order for us to investigate and give a holistic report of the happenings in most of the MDAs that we have. If we had the report, for example, now, we might have seen the reason why some of these cooperatives are not functioning as they should function, or whatever challenges each of these MDAs might have. It will be something that we might have been able to address on the floor. But since we don't have any of these reports, I guess we cannot really talk on it. So therefore, it is up to the Committee on Agriculture to at least work on the resolutions 1A and B. On the other hand, we also want the Committee on Commerce Trade, as we mentioned earlier, to also investigate and manage investigate what the guidelines are and policies for registered cooperative societies in the states. What are the guidelines? How many cooperatives do we have? What is the How effective are they? Are they functioning? Are they not? If not, what are the challenges there? And then how can we revitalize its mode of engagement with registered cooperatives in order to fulfill the purpose of poverty reduction, women empowerment, employment creation, and others. This is also a work for the House Committee on Commerce. We've also included the other resolutions as provided by the Chief Whip and contributed also by the Chairman on Tertiary Education, Honorable Oluwafokomi, that the government should use safer funds and other funds to entice more people in order to capture them into the tax bracket. And of course, the contribution by Honorable Oyikola. So those in favor that the resolutions within these motions as presented by the mover of the motion, Honorable S.A. Onolapo, be adopted by this Honorable House. Say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the mover of the next motion is unaffordably absent, so the motion is suspended for today till next sitting of the House. In fear of that, I want to move the motion for the adjournment of this sitting till Thursday, 18th day of January 2024 by 10 a.m. Distinguished colleague, I so submit.
Right Honorable colleagues, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to second the motion as being moved by the leader of the House for adjournment to Thursday 10 a.m. Thank you.
Those in favor that the House do adjourn until 18th day of January 2024 by 10 a.m. say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The leader.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. The next item on the order of the day paper, in the other paper, is approval of vote and proceeding of Tuesday, 16th day of January 2024.
Distinguished colleagues, please go through the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 16 January 2024 for comments or corrections. The leader.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, In the absence of any comment, observation, objection, or rejection, I rise to move for the approval of food and proceeding of Tuesday, 16th day of January 2024. Distinguished colleague, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, my name is Alami Waluwaende, Honorable Representative for Ogun State Constituency, Minority Leader of this Assembly. I rise to second the motion as moved by the Leader of the House.
Distinguished honorable colleagues, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 16 January 2024. A motion has been moved for the approval. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Mr. Atiku, honorable colleague, next item on the order paper is message from the governor.
There is a message from the governor. The message to the Right Honorable Speaker, Oyo State House of Assembly Parliament Building Complex, Secretariat, Ibadan. Title, Oyo State Mobilization Agency for Socio-Economic Development Bill 2023. I wish to extend my warmest regards to the Right Honorable Speaker and by extension to other honorable members of the Oyo State House of Assembly. This administration has observed the need to establish the Agency of Socio-Economic Development that will mobilize resources, knowledge, and partnership to accelerate socio-economic development through community engagement, capacity building, and strategic intentions. Subsequent to the above, I wish to forward the ESCO extract of Oyo State Mobilization Agency for Socio-Economic Development Bill 2023 to the Right Honorable Speaker and other honorable members for your kind consideration and passage into law. While thanking you for your prompt action on my request, please accept the assurances of my highest regard. Signed by the Executive Governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde. Has a copy of the bill been circulated to all members? Madam Clerk, a copy of the bill has been circulated. Okay, can they get it and circulate it? The next item, dear.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, next item on the order of the day paper. On the other paper is other announcement by the Speaker.
No other announcement by the Speaker.
Next item is petition.
No petition.
Next item is matter of urgent public importance.
I believe we have one.
Yeah.
Jide, please present it. The matter of urgent public importance.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name remains Honorable Adebayo Babajide Gabriel, representing the good people of Ibadan North State Constituency. I also still remain the Jagaban of 9th and 10th Assembly. Matter of urgent public importance. Urgent need for all regulatory agencies to enforce safety precautions, especially in handling of and store of explosive dynamite in view of the explosion that rocked Bodija area on Tuesday, 16 January 2024. The House, note that a devastating explosion occurred at Adeyi area, Old Bodija, Ibadan, Tuesday, 16 January 2024 at around 7:45 p.m. The incident left scores of residents injured and claimed the life of 3 people, according to information reeled out by officials of the Oyo State government. Further notes that the impact and effect of the explosion was felt 15 kilometers apart as it affected the resident building at Songo, Agbete Ologweru, Samondele, Bashorun Ashi, Mokola, among others, as well as ministries, departments, and agencies at the State Secretariat at Ibadan. Aware that His Excellency Governor Engineer Seyi Makinde was swift to react to the unfortunate incident as he visited the scene on the explosion the same night, and around that the hospital bill of those injured would be offset by the state government, while the governor had also named some hotels to accommodate those displaced as a result of the blast. As we speak, the state government has set up emergency situation up headed by Deputy Governor, His Excellency Barrister Bayo Lawal, to collate and coordinate names of the victims of the explosion. Further aware that preliminary investigation of security agencies suggests that the incident was caused by explosive device stored in the area by suspected illegal miners. There are also many questions begin to answer. Who authorized the keeping or store of the device in the house? Where and how were the dynamite stored in the said building? How long had the dynamite has been kept in that area? For what purposes were the device kept or stored? What were the safety measures put in place to avert potential blasts? Was there a regular inspection to ascertain and sign the deterioration, damage, or manufacturing? Where the security agents aware of the development? Why would someone keep such amount of dynamite in residential area? How are we sure that all dynamite have exploded? If not, are we not indirectly waiting for another disaster to happen? We resolve: 1. Commend His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde for his prompt response and provision of the alternative accommodation for those displaced in incidents. 2. Appreciate the security agencies, Nigerian Army, Nigerian Police, Civil Defense, and Security Corps, Oyo State Security Network Agency, Amotekun, among others, for rising up to the occasion. 3. Command the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and the Oyo State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, to prompt development of the officers to the scene of the explosion. Appeal to the federal government and its emergency response agencies to come to aid of the victim of the blast. 5. Call on security agencies to condole of the scene of the incident and search the area for possible leftover of the explosive. 6. Appeal to the regulatory agency to enforce safety precautions, especially in handling and store of explosive dynamites. 7. Call for true investigation into incident and bring the cops to books, no matter how highly placed, to serve as a deterrent to others. Call on officials of the Environment Protection Agency to do more in securing our environment. And 9. Appeal to the residents of the state to be safety conscious and also to recognize of what happened around them. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
A motion has been moved. Then a seconder to the motion. Seconder to the motion. Matter of point of order. Sorry, leader.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I want to move a point of order, and my point of order is to suspend Order 846 Rule 3 of Oyo State House Rule in order for us to accommodate debate, suggestion, comments in the motion of urgent public importance as moved by Honorable Jide Babalola. Distinguished colleague, I so move.
That's 843.3.
Order 8, Rule 46.3.
46.
Page 23. Jide Adebayo.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the Leader of the House, that to adopt the motion moved by the Honorable Jide. Order 8, Rule 46, sub 3. I so second.
Those in favor that Order 8, Rule 46, sub Rule 3 be suspended in order for us to deliberate on the matter of urgent public importance as moved by Honorable B.J. Adebayo, say aye. Those again say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable B.J. Adebayo just moved the motion. On the resolutions within the motion, any seconder or any other contributor to this motion? Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I want to especially thank the mover of the matter of urgent public importance. But right, Honorable Speaker, sir, before we go further in commenting the motion, I would just want to suggest if we could rise, right, Honorable Speaker, for a minute silence in honor of those who lost their lives in that explosion. Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished members, please let's rise for a minute in order to respect the dead. May the soul of the departed rest in peace.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a sad day, right, Honorable Speaker. The explosion can be likened to that of the Ikeja cantonment bomb blast some years backwards. And I'm very sure this is the first of its kind in Oyo State, in Ibadan, to be very precise. And it is equally quite disheartening and very sad that explosive could be kept within residential areas, living areas. And when we visited that place yesterday, Mr. Speaker, with yourself, sir, we saw the damage. It was, in fact, it could be likened to the Israel bombardment of Gaza, what happened in that place. And it is equally sad that, according to reports, not factual this time, I mean not certain this time, that the people that occupy that building are equally on the run, and they are foreigners, from what we've been able to gather. With what the motion Honorable Babajide moved, I want to start by commending the executive governor of the state from the prompt response, because when the thing happened around 7:30 or 7:45 or thereabout, there was a sharp response from the state government, because we monitor everything on social media and through phone calls here and there. It shows the pragmatic nature of the excellency, the executive governor of this state, and it shows the kind of person he is when it comes to managing governance in our state. I also equally want to use this medium to thank the security operatives in the state, because they were up and doing when the bomb explosion came up. All I want to say at this junction, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the deed has been done. In order to forestall such an happening again, we need to look inwards, Right Honorable Speaker, as a house. I remember telling you, Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday that for us not to have another kind of disaster, this house, this humble house, or this hallowed chambers, in night assembly did move a motion on the speed and the rate at which gas plants are being located within residential areas in Ibadan. It is quite alarming, Mr. Speaker. The government has to do something. The environment, I'm sure the Ministry of Environment, there's an agency or whoever is giving approval for those gas plants to be sited within residential areas should be called to order, Mr. Speaker. AKT, please, I'm talking to Mr. Speaker. Let him listen. Yeah, he's distracting Mr. Speaker. So, what I'm saying in essence, Right Honorable Speaker, is that before another disaster occurs, we must tackle this thing. And the House, the 10th Oyo State House of Assembly, through the mini committee on environment, should go out and investigate and bring us list of gas plants that are sited within residential area and report back to the House. It's rather unfortunate that lives were lost, property worth billions of naira were destroyed. My prayer is that this should not occur in our state again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You thereby second the motion as moved by Honorable Jide.
In so saying, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion as moved by Honorable Jide.
Honorable Oluwafo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Oluwafo Oluwafemi. I represent the good people of Ibadan Southwest Constituency 2. I also want to commend the mover of this matter of urgent importance. At least it's very proactive in bringing to the House. What I want to add, permission, sir, is we should not only be standing in honor or be commending the executive. The House should also be proactive to raise a standard to check such reoccurrence in future with the power constituted in our hands. I think we should ask through the committee level, as the DS just said, to go and prepare a bill that will become a law. Whosoever in future keeps such in his apartment, the land will become the government owned automatic. That cause such damage to others. Because that's a secret kept. Nobody knows it's kept there. So that if there's a law, they will be afraid that if I'm caught, my property will become government property automatic. Because they are taking the law. So that everybody will be afraid to keep it. Because I'm assured that some are still keeping this somewhere around. It may not be in Ibadan. Who are engaging in this illegal mining, keeping all these their so-called dynamite that used to break rocks. They are everywhere. Those millionaires who are keeping it inside. If there's a law that once it explodes, your property becomes government property automatic, I think that will check them a bit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I equally want to appreciate my brother, Honorable Adebayo Babajide, for coming up with this timely motion. And I want to see this opportunity to sympathize with government and the people of Oyo State. And we pray by His grace. By His grace, Oyo State will never witness such a Datasika act again. What happened 2 days ago was a very terrible occurrence. In fact, I've never seen such a thing in my life. We only used to hear it, and I pray we'll never see such a thing again. I want to align with some of the resolution in the motion. especially to call on the federal government, the donor agency, the international community to come to the aid and rescue of the victim of the occurrence. Whatever they can do to bring succor, to bring relief to those people, we want to appeal to them to join hand with Oyo State government to do it in good time. And I want to add to the resolution. The first aspect of the addition I want to make is to, well, first to caution the landlord, the landlady, the agent to be more conscious, to be more security conscious in their dealing. In fact, I want to appeal that there should be a central database to know all the residents in Oyo State, to know their status, whether you are a foreigner, you are indigene, and their various occupations, so that in so doing, people can be easily traced. Like what happened that day was caused by one foreigner named Sawani Yusuf, a Malian, or some people call it a Senegalese, but whoever it may be, we know what we experienced in the little period we've traveled outside. We know the rule of engagement there. You just don't enter foreign country and you reside there and you be doing illegal business. It's not called for. And to add to that, Mr. Speaker, is to call on the security agency to embark on intelligence gathering to identify residents of other illegal miners, because there are still many of them. We learn some of them are in Bolija, Assis, some of them in Nagbobo, some of them reside in some other area of Badon. So they should look inward to identify the residents of other illegal miners who may have kept and stored such improvised explosive device in other area of the neighborhood in Oyo State, in order for us not to experience such a terrible situation in our dear state again. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I submit.
Although these are still early days, investigations are still ongoing, but I believe that these resolutions will even further still help guide the executive as to where the people want them to work towards. I commend the mover of the motion, Honorable Babajide. I also commend the other members that have also contributed to this motion. It's something that is deeply troubling and it's something that affects all of us equally. I also want to appreciate all the members that went together and as an envoy to pay on-the-spot assessments to the damage that was done, either to the lives or the properties of people of the state, and especially the people living within the area. It's something that we never intend to see again, and I'm sure that the governor is very intentional about ensuring that this ugly occurrence never occurs again. And the Oyo State House of Assembly will also take proactive measures to ensure that adequate laws are put in place that will deter many future offenders from keeping such explosives, especially in the residential area. There's still a lot to be done in terms of investigation before maybe we can make further comments. Honorable Tunde Kene.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, my name is Dikin Honorable Olatunde Kende, JP, representing the people of Akinle Constituency 2. When you want to talk about the history or anything that has to do with mining, the headquarters of my constituency is their base, which is Ojo. That is where the business thrive.
that is where they have like their strong room in storing these precious stones. And I want to tell you, if we go about it to diligently go into the investigation, you still find out that you can find such explosives in that area. The culprit that had the explosive that detonated at the boat at Bodija, like the majority leader has said, he's not, in his interview, he's not even feeling remorse at all. He said he has a legitimate business in Nigeria and that he has about 10,000 Nigerians working for him. Mr. Speaker, I want you to use your good office as the chairman of the Speakers Forum. You see, the root of this matter has to do about the law on mining, which gives the state no power at all to control whatever mining activities that is happening in each state. The state government builds the road. They use their articulated trucks to carry all these materials. They damage our road. They don't have anything to give us. Like the guy was saying, the Malam was saying, he said, Alhaji Lam Adesina did a lot to develop the mining sector in Oyo State, that the successive governments did not follow up, and that he was being frustrated at the top. So, Mr. Speaker, please jot it down. Like I said, I want you to use your office as the chairman of the Speakers Forum to start this from the federal. These minerals are deposited in states, and the states that these minerals are deposited don't have any power to control the activities of miners in their various states. This is wrong. This is wrong. They don't even have any tax that they are paying to these states. And when you go to Okeogun, especially Igbeti, the kind of these materials that comes out from that place, these states should be, buoyant economically in terms of mining of the precious things that they get from those areas. So, like I said, Ojo has to be combed. The appropriate authorities, they have to go and enforce what is happening there, because what detonated in Bodija, you can see that Bodija is a well-planned area. Ojo is not that planned. Something like that must not happen in that kind of area. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge the Ministry of Environment or whichever agency that is saddled with the responsibilities of seeing to this matter to properly look into it and comb Ojo. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that submission, especially the part where you've also charged me personally to use the forum in order to see what kind of amendments can be done in terms of powers given to the states in controlling of the mining activities. It's something that we shall greatly consider, and we will definitely fight for that one. Moving forward, the resolutions within this motion is apt. We can, discuss different angles of how this situation affects us. and different solutions as to ensuring that this situation never occurs again. But for now, we wait until the security operatives shed more light on, and the investigation shed more light on the happenings of Wednesday or Tuesday evening by 7:44 p.m. As soon as we have more information, I'm sure we'll be able to deliberate even further as to the actual move, either by the Committee on Environment. We also want the Committee on Environment to look at the environmental laws to see whether or not there are consequences of such actions that happened, and if there's not, then there's a lacuna there somewhere in the law, and then we have to take an immediate step towards that. So we've given the Committee on Environment a week to go and investigate to see what the consequences of these actions are, either by housing explosives in the residential area, or even being allowed, and what kind of licensing would they need to procure and store explosives, either in a residential area or not. These are the questions that we have to first ask ourselves in the light of the events of Tuesday. That being said, those in favor that the resolution as amended be adopted by this honorable house, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable colleague, next item in the order paper is personal explanation.
No personal explanation.
Okay, we are now in the order of the day paper, Mr. Speaker. And the first item to be considered in the order of the day paper for this afternoon is second reading of bills. And the bill to be first considered for second reading this afternoon is Oyo State Presumptive Tax Bill 2023. OIHAB/10/06/23. A bill for a law to establish a presumptive tax system providing for the imposition, administration, and collection of presumptive tax on individual entity whose income cannot be ascertained due to a lack of financial record and for other matters connected. Honorable Sanjo Adedoyin, another proposal, leader of the House, second reading.
Well, members aware of the order paper. Hello? Were members aware of the order paper before the plenary as to what the discussions on the plenary will be concerning the second reading of the Oyo State Presumptive Tax Bill and the Oyo State Project Performance Monitoring Agency Bill? Were members aware? No.
The Right Honorable Speaker, we are not aware, we just find it on other paper. I've been thinking on my head here that how should we discuss? Without knowing we are going to discuss a bill. Most of our members are not here with the bills. The bills are not with them. So this is the essence of having the knowledge of what we are going to discuss before coming to the sitting. Although I have my own bills here, but I don't think everyone has it here.
Business and rule, please take note. Please. Business and rule, please take note. Don't let this happen again, please. Let's continue.
Are we taking the bill or are we?
Let's continue. I believe the members are very intelligent enough to catch on to.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the bill before us, as the title connotes, presumptive tax bill, is to catch and include those people who are not formally included in the payee system, especially those who are not engaged in government work, in order to accommodate them in the state tax system, like the poll tax that our father used to pay then. It was a universal 20 naira or so, but based on the contemporary development, event has overtaken all those things. They are now looking for a means to capture all those people in the state tax system in order to expand and to let those people too feel they are contributing to the economic growth and development of the state. You will agree with me that some of us who are not engaged in the 30-day work before we came on board, we find it very, very difficult to get our tax clearance receipt. But in this time of situation, all those people, it will be convenient for them to come up with a paper and evidence that they are responsible indigent, they are responsible citizens, they have been paying their tax as at when they, it may be 1,000, it may be 2,000, it may be 3,000, but those amounts goes a long way to add to the tax volume of the state. This is just a way of expanding the tax volume without unnecessary burden on the payee or on the payer. So, Mr. Speaker, it's something that will bring convenience, that will bring economic prosperity to Oyo State. It's something that will take us to the next level, both the government, the citizen, and everybody. So I want to appeal to us that the paper before us, the bill before us, is a bill that will bring an accelerated development to the people of Oyo State. So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I urge us to give the bill an accelerated passage. Thank you.
Thank you. The Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, Benga Ekola is my name. I represent Atiba State Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to be in the same page with the leader of the House. The aim of the bill is just to make sure that all taxable adults and all taxable business owners and business centers are captured in the tax net of the state. And I think it's a very good development, Mr. Speaker. You agree with me that in a developing country, I mean developed country, nobody can escape tax, no matter the nature of your business, be it government, be it whatever. It is only in this country you discover that women are in government circles are paying tax even more than adults at home, because the government must have deduct their tax from the source. So it is good for everybody to pay tax, most importantly because everybody are enjoying the benefit of good governance. But Mr. Speaker, I observe two things in this bill. One, from the subtitle till the end, the bill talks more on board, without explaining the composition of the board, who are qualified to be in the board. Unlike other bills, when you have bills in the House of Assembly, you see the chairman shall be, the members shall be this, and we say the board will have three board members or 2 board members. This bill seems to be silent on that, and It will help the House of Assembly if we can know who and who are qualified to be chairman and the member of the board. That's my first observation. Second observation, Mr. Speaker, is on those targeted by this bill. The committee that will work on the bill will need to do a thorough job, because it looks like most of those captured in this paper, we have a lot of repetitions there, or we will need clarification on them. We will need clarification on those that are captured by the bill. For example, number 9 and number 10 on the Oyo State negotiated presumptive tax rate. Number 9 says carpenters. Number 10 says furniture makers. Carpenters, furniture makers. Number 17 says blank seller. Number 17 says sawmiller. 33 says plank seller. 34 says plank seller. Are we talking of categorizing them? Number 6 and number 40, I don't know what they mean. We have bookshop, stationery. Number 40 say bookstores. So all those areas need to be looked into by the committee that will work on this bill. The bill is okay for Oyo State to boost our revenue base, and just like the leader of the House has said, it's a welcome development. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I will quickly move that the bill should pass. Have you moved? Okay. Second, that the bill should pass to the appropriate committee of the House for further work on the bill.
Thank you. So, looking at the bill on the first page, the interpretation, I think that the board here means Oyo State's Board of Internal Revenue, and the chairman is the chairman of the board of the Oyo State's Board of Internal Revenue. Honorable Diala. But the other aspects are aspects that are very germane, especially the table that was prepared. Maybe when the committee is working on it, they will have to make clarifications on each of these items, each of these categories of people that are taxable and how much it is. If it's going to be expanded or be contracted, we will know when we get to the bridge. Honorable Dela.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yeah, still me, Honorable Dele Odola, and I represent Iseyin Teswaju State Constituency. Distinguished colleagues, I want to make some comments concerning this bill. As my people have already said, it's a very good bill that will expand the economy of the state. But that notwithstanding, we still have to consider the level we have in Oyo State, the level we have in Nigeria. When we are making comparison with advanced country, there are some other levies that we are still paying in the state that are not really part of the bills or the payable fees that are recommended in advanced country. But be as it may, Mr. Speaker, if we go to clause 3, 2B, it's trying to give us whose income for all practical purposes cannot be ascertained. I think the committee should look into that statement. It's bogus. It's not really explanatory in nature. When you say an income for all practical purposes cannot be ascertained, and we are giving a certain amount of money to be paid, how did you get that money? You said somebody want to pay tax, you cannot ascertain the money. I'm coming. But indirectly, if I said he's going to pay 45,000, how did you get that 45,000? Because you have said in the bill initially that it cannot be ascertained. So if it cannot be ascertained, that means this figure should not be quoted like this. It should be statistically based figure. And you're coming out with a formula to determine how you assume, you arrive at all these figures. Not that somebody will just sit down somewhere and just say, okay, adult wears boutique 10,000. Why 10,000? Somebody who is selling boutique may make more money than somebody who is selling gas. It's not ascertained. It cannot be divined. But that means there should be a process, probably a form to be filled. How much are you making in a month? Okay, I'm making 10,000. Then there should be an established statistical matter in form of a formula. Okay, this man said he's making 10,000. Let me put 10,000 as the capital. Let me put this multiplied by this, divided by this. Then you now come out with the amount that person is going to be paid as tax. So not that some set of people will just sit down and give us this table. Mr. Speaker, I think with the level of technology, with the level we have in the country today, we have gone beyond that level. There are a lot of database, there are a lot of software application that can be developed to generate how much a person may be paid at a particular time. No matter what, if we say it's not definite, then the figure should not be definite. That's number one, Mr. Speaker. DS, you are threatening me, please. I'm still recognized, please. Raising up your hand, you are threatening my peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 8, clause 8. Yeah. Any taxable person who disputes the category of assessment has been file objection to the board, stating the grounds of objection within 30 days of this assessment, stating clearly the grounds of which objection is based. So you are raising an objection to the board that accused you. You are now raising an objection now to that board. Now, if I'm raising an objection to that board, am I still submitting my objection to the same board? Or I'm filing that objection to another quarter? Because I believe, if I raise an objection to that board, that's my letter or my appeal or my everything can be kept in silent. It can be KIV. Because I'm still writing the letter the person to allege me that I've not paid tax. I'm not still writing a letter of objection to the same authority. That means that authority can KIV my letter. So, on that note, I feel like if I'm objecting to what the board or whosoever is giving me, it should not be to the same authority, it should be to another authority. So, the committee should look into that. You cannot say somebody has arrested you and you are filing objection to the same person that arrested you. Then it will KIV your letter or your KIV your objection. Then the appeal. Yeah, it's saying section 53 of the Revenue Administration Law within 30 days. You want to know, let it be reflected here. Let it be domiciled. What does section 53 says? You are saying section 53. What is in section 53? And if it will not be stated from the committee, they should be able to tell us what is section 53 of the Revenue Administration Law. If it's something that needs better explanation, we will know. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, like you have rightly said, when you say the board, from the comment of the Honorable Yekola, a board should not be just one person. How many members of the board? Who form members of the board? We know that we have the chairman of the board. Who are the members of the board? How do we appoint them? Then we want to, this is presumptive tax. Now those people that want, the stakeholders of that, are they not supposed to be represented? Then if you want to select any one of them, how do we select them? All these things should be stated in this. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, I could not see penalties for anybody that defaults much. So, okay, the penalties is just section 11. A taxable person who fail or neglects payment of tax due shall be liable to pay a penalty of 10% per annum. What is 10%? 10% of what? Is too ambiguous. It needs a better explanation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your submission. It's very apt and very comprehensive. I just want to make a comment about my own personal view on the objection to the assessment, which is the section, the clause 8. You know, the objection and the appeal are two different things. I believe that the objection is correct as to where it is. For example, you can only object to what the authorizing agency puts on you. That means that if they assume or presume that you are owing X amount, maybe 20,000 naira, I believe there should be dialogue between the person and the accuser or the authority in the first place. So that means that, okay, BRL come to meet me and say, I owe them 20,000. I should also be given an opportunity to tell them back to say, no, I don't owe you that, because this is my income and my statements of account. And then from there, if we cannot agree, then we can now go to the appeal. That's how I see it, but I'll leave it to the committee to do their work and their findings. I'm sure by the time they call the relevant stakeholders, they'll be able to agree on a central position on that. Yes, is there any other? I'm sure if there's any other, they can also, all members can also reach out to the chairman and the committee of the appropriation for further concerns. But Honorable Falcom, let's hear from you.
Honorable colleagues who have also commented on this bill, I can hear benefits also from government by paying constantly, which is essential so that it will entice.
It's a taxable person who maintains up-to-date records and files returns within the specified period shall be granted a rebate of 2% of the tax payable as determined by the board.
Annually?
So 2% is the rebate. They are right to point that out. If that wasn't part of this bill, that would have been a concern. So we expect this table, members of the committee on, it's going to be transferred to the Committee on Finance and Appropriation. Members of the Committee on Finance and Appropriation, what is very, very important for all these things to actually make sense is the schedule that is put at the back of the bill. The amount to be paid, the category of people to be considered. I personally do not even believe that this has captured the artisans. There are more artisans categories than what is in this. This is just a quick work. At least if you're looking at anything, you should be looking at close to 100 if it's going to be done properly. There are nylon sellers, there are pepper sellers, there are, everybody needs to pay one thing or the other to the state government in order for them to be able to question the state government as to what they are doing with their money. So I believe that that's where most majority of the work will be for the Committee on Finance and Appropriation. That being said, the motion has been moved and duly seconded that a bill for a law to establish the presumptive tax system, Oyo State's Presumptive Tax Bill 2023, be read for the second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, sir, a bill for a law to establish a presumptive tax system providing for the imposition, administration, and collection of presumptive tax on individuals and entities whose income cannot be ascertained due to a lack of financial records and for other matters connected therewith is being read the second time. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Distinguished honorable colleagues, the Oyo State's Presumptive Tax Bill 2023 has now been read for the second time and has thereby been committed to the House Committee on Finance and Appropriation for further consideration. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, next item on the order of the day paper is another second reading of bill. And the bill now to the order was second reading is Oyo State Project Performance Monitoring Agency Bill 2023. OYHAB/10/07/24. A bill for a law to establish the Oyo State Project Performance Monitoring Agency, its function and power and other connected purpose therewith. Honorable Sanjay Adedoyin, Honorable Ogbon to start. Leader of the House, second reading.
Carry on, please.
Mr. Speaker, and distinguished colleagues, this bill, Oyo State Project Performance Monitoring Agency Bill 2023, is a bill that is established to monitor the project performance. The establishment of the Oyo State Project Performance Agency is to ensure effective supervision of projects in the state in order to make sure that the state gets value for money, among other benefits, in the implementation of our projects. The bill is to establish the Oyo State Project Performance Monitoring Agency and set out its function. The agency, when established, will see the implementation of projects after the certificate of no objection has been issued, in line with Oyo State Public Procurement Law 2010. The agency shall also be saddled with the responsibility of investigating the conduct and activity in relation to contract awarded and executed by any contractor, and ensure effective performance, execution, and delivery by liaising with procuring entity. Some of the functions to be performed by the agency, Mr. Speaker, are in Section 4 of the bill. This is the function of the agencies be to supervise implementation of projects after the certificate of no objection has been issued. Liaise with the procuring entity with a bid to ensure effective performance, execution, and delivery. Develop and publish situation report on projects awarded by states. Create key indicators to be used in tracking progress, achievement of projects in the state. We will agree with me that this agency will bring sanity and the effective supervision to all the public contracts awarded in the state. And it's a way of making sure that public money does not go to a waste in the state. It is something that will give the state credibility. It will give us a good performance and a good return for the investment being made in the state. So, exactly as we control the standard, it will control the performance and every other thing. So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, this bill is a bill that is germane to the overall development of the state, and I want to appeal to us that the bill should be given an accelerated passage, and I move that the bill should be read for the second time and be committed to the relevant committee of the House for further scrutiny. Listening colleague, I so submit.
A motion has been moved. Any seconder to the motion? I mean, we all understand how important this motion is. Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, Benga Oyekola is my name. I represent Atiba State constituency. Having gone through the bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to second the motion being moved by the majority leader that we quickly pass the bill to the relevant committee of the House for further work, and any contribution that may be required from members of the House, they can pass it to them. I so second.
Now, the question is the relevant committee. Who are the relevant committee? But are all the works that will be monitored by this committee in works? Aren't they going to be contracts given into education, contracts given to health, contracts given to other? Is it only works that they are to monitor? Because here it says that is to implementation of projects after certificate of no objection. Certificate of no objection, more than the contractors within the Ministry of Works, go for just to print our diary and calendar for 2024. We went through due process to attain certificate of no objection. Does that mean it works?
Committee, yes, is a committee on works, because specifically their job there with public work.
One thing I think is that this committee is able to supersede works in the executive.
We can collaborate some other committees.
Let us. Why don't we make it? Why don't we make this projects performance monitoring agency part of special duties? Let special duties just money oversight them.
You cannot exclude as committee on work in this type of assignment. They can collaborate. Those two committees can collaborate and work together.
Where need be, okay, let's put it like this. Where need be, let the special duty collaborate with whichever committee that is relevant to whatever they're investigating. It could be health, to procure materials. It could be the primary health care, that this monitoring agency are working on. It could be anything.
Are we talking on committee to work on this bill?
Yes.
Or
and the committee that works on this bill, it will be the overseeing committee on this agency.
All right, I can now get to say.
Okay, let's go with special duties. With the leave of the House, a motion has been moved and duly seconded. Are those in favor that the Oyo State Projects Performance Monitoring Agency Bill 2023? Okay.
Right Honourable Mr. Speaker, sir. Once again, I remain Honourable David, and I represent the Saint Tesfaye State Constituency. Well, as rightly stated by the majority leader and the Right Honourable Speaker, it's a very good bill that will enhance the productivity of the activities of your state government. But I want the committee to take note of the following. Number one is clause 6J. The executive secretary of the agency, who shall be secretary to the committee. Let me state that, let us know the
So
rank.
you say clause what?
Yeah, clause 6.
6, 8.
Yeah, J. 2J. 2J is talking about the executive secretary. So I think we should be able to know of what rank. Is it going to be a director, or this and that? Then number 2, is that 2A, the chairman who shall be appointed by the governor. What's going to be the qualification of that chairman? It's not stated. So that anybody cannot just become the chairman of such a powerful agency. Then more so, when you go to 7.2C, give other directives and perform such other functions as may be necessary to achieve the objectives of this bill. I think when we are making law, it should not be too open. So let's give a distinct and point-blank function of that agency or of that committee. You just don't give any directives without any limitation. So there should be limitation of what extent can this committee or this agency go. And we're talking of agency. It's still talking about function of committee. Is it function of committee or function of agency? So let it be noted. I think it should be functions of the agency. Then more so, when we get to the departments, I think planning, research, and statistics should include budget, planning, research, and statistics, because they have to prepare budgets, not ordinary planning, research, and statistics. And finally, Mr. Speaker, when you say 16, clause 16, power of the governor to give direction to it. So the executive governor cannot be under me. No, it shall be the governor shall give direction, not the governor may. No. Then the regulation 17, the chairman of the committee, it should be the chairman of the agency, if I'm right, shall make regulations, not may. So when we are making laws, you don't use the word may. So may is, it may be an argument. It should be shall give directives or make regulations for the agency. So those are my observations, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, why is committee always used? Committee means the steering committee of the project performance monitoring in the state. Because I'm wondering why committees are being used more so within this bill. Okay. All this has been pointed out.
Mr. Speaker, clause 9 settles the question of secretary. Page 22.
Okay.
Page 22.
Okay.
They know in the civil service before you can attend this one, they know they can't give you less than director.
But is this secretary coming from the civil service? And wait, is the secretary the highest authority in this agency? There's the chairman of the committee. Well, as we always want in the agencies, we want the barrack to remain, even when the soldiers come and go, so that there can be records from the previous. So we assume that it will be from the civil service. That's the secretary of this agency. Well, let's pass it on to the committee to. So, but we are still on the same page with the committee. It should be special duties. All right. The motion has been moved and duly seconded that the Oyo State Project Performance Monitoring Agency Bill 2023 be read for the second time and committed to the House Committee on Special Duties for further consideration. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, sir, a bill for a law to establish the Oyo State Project Performance Monitoring Agency, its functions and powers, and other connected purpose therewith is being read the second time. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, that's the second reading of the Oyo State Project Performance Monitoring Agency Bill 2023, which has now been read for the third time. That's the second time. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, next item on the order of the day paper is a motion. A motion on the need to curtail excess of officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps who engage in embarrassing motorists in the guise of apprehending them for use of faded vehicle number plates OIHAM/10/25/24. That this honorable house take cognizance of harassment being faced by motorists from law enforcement officers in the guise of apprehending them for use of faded vehicle number plate with a fee to Oregon Relevant Traffic Management Authority to be called to order their officer with a fee to curtailing their assets. Honorable Benga J. Oyekola Atiba, Chief Whip.
Chief, the sponsor of the motion.
The Right Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, Benga Oyekola is my name. I represent Atiba State Constituency. I have a motion on the need to curtail excesses of officials of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRCSC, who engage in embarrassing motorists in the guise of apprehending them for use of faded vehicle number plates. The House. Note that motor vehicle registration number plate is an important part of the vehicle as it identifies the owner of the vehicle therefore enabling investigation as case may arise, may be. The purpose of using number plate is for proper identification and security, as it is personalized for each vehicle user. Mr. Speaker, Nigerian vehicle registration plates in current use were introduced in 1992 and revisited in 2011. Further note that issuance and distribution of number plates is the sole responsibility of state licensing authority, while the design and production of number plates is within the purview of the Federal Road Safety Corps. Aware that the ex-White Inspector General of Police IGP Usman Alikali Baba CFR announced that it is criminal for motorists to cover numbers plates without approval or valid reason. Further aware that in the bid to enforce the pronouncement of the IGP, the then FRC boss, Boboye Oyeyemi, ordered personnel of the Federal Road Safety Corps to enforce the directive of the IG and added that motorists who use faded number plates be brought to book. Mr. Speaker, having been admitted by the Federal Road Safety Corps authority that the production of number plates is the sole responsibility of the Federal Road Safety Corps, the XY Media Relations and Strategy Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Mr. Bisi Kazim, stated that Federal Road Safety Corps was required by law to produce license plate number for distribution to Internal Revenue Board. Observe that number plates produced by the Federal Road Safety Corps were substandard, consequently becoming faded within a short period of time. It is ridiculous to come to terms with fact that vehicle owners who paid for the number plates will be accosted, embarrassed, and brought to book by the personnel of the Federal Road Safety Corps who produce substandard number plates for populace. Further observe, Mr. Speaker, that the IGP declared that you don't cover your number plate for any reason. It is an important and compulsory for all vehicles to be duly registered. So it is compulsory to make registration number feasible to all times, at all times. Mr. Speaker, covering plate number was specifically condemned by the IGP, extorting the populace and adding to difficulties being encountered by the citizenry in the guise of apprehending them for use of faded number plate by Federal Road Safety Corps personnel is disheartening and uncalled for. My concern is that there is a need for your state to emulate the laudable gesture of Lagos State government that produces standard and durable plate numbers for use of motorists within and outside Lagos State. Resolved to, Mr. Speaker, 1, to urge officials of the Federal Road Safety Corps to limit their operation to Federal Road and desist from harassing and intimidating motorists under the guise of apprehending them over the use of faded plate number. 2, invite officials of the State Licensing Office to appear before the House Committee on Transport and Transportation with a view to providing solutions that will enhance the production of standard and durable number plates in the state, that is Oyo State, just like Lagos State is doing currently. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
A very important and brilliant motion. A motion has been moved. Do we have a seconder to this motion? Honorable Tunde Kende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, my name is Dikin Honorable Latunde Kende JP. I second the motion being moved by the Chief Whip, and I equally want to contribute I don't know or how to explain if our maybe paramilitary or law enforcement agencies, how they do their work. I paid for a plate number. I didn't know how you produce the plate number. It's like me going to the market to buy clothes. I bought the clothes myself. I saw it before I bought it. So if I now using the clothes, I take it to the dry cleaner. The dry cleaner washes it. Eventually, the clothes is fading off, and I will now be querying the dry cleaner that why is my clothes fading. That's absolutely, it's uncalled for. If they are looking for ways to generate revenue, they should look for other means to generate revenues. There's a law that established them, and like in the motion, the law that established the Federal Road Safety Corps states that they can only operate on federal roads. You can't come to local government road or state road where the federal government has no input. And so the law that established them stages what their role is, where they can perform their normal duty. Mr. Speaker, what I would just want to add is like what the Chief Whip, inviting the officials of the state licensing officer. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If Lagos State government can be producing their plate numbers, what stops Oyo State from producing our plate numbers, since we are the pace setters? So, Mr. Speaker, this is my contribution.
And you thereby second?
Yes, I have that second.
Well, my own contribution would be that the resolve, the first resolution is to urge the officials of the Federal Road Safety Corps to limit the operations of the federal road and desist from the harassing and intimidating motorists under the guise of apprehending them over the use of faded plate numbers. That's one. The second one is to invite officials of the State Licensing Office to appear before the House Committee on Transportation with a view to providing solutions that will enhance the production of standard and durable number plates in the state. Also, while we are inviting the State Licensing Office, we should also invite representatives of the Federal Road Safety Corps in order to dialogue with them, also by the House Committee on Transportation, so that we can have a holistic view of everything that is happening. Let's hear from the Federal Road Safety. Let's hear from our State Licensing Office as well, so that we can harmonize this problem and issues once and for all. And after this meeting, we expect the House Committee on Transportation to report back to the House in 2 weeks. Those in favor that the resolution as contained within the motion as moved by Honorable G.J. Oyikola and the resolution as amended be adopted by this Honorable House, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Jola, please, where are you going?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I rise to move for the adjournment of this sitting. See tomorrow.
Tomorrow. It's like it's only the leader that will be here with the minority leader.
Till Tuesday, 23rd of January 2023 by 10 a.m. Distinguished colleague, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues are ready to second the motion moved by the leader of the House that this House will adjourn to 23 January 2024. I so second.
Those in favor that the House do adjourn to 23rd January 2024 by 10 a.m. say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. things that promote the unity, happiness, and prosperity of Nigeria. Amen. The leader.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and distinguished honorable colleague. The next item on our order paper is approval of vote and proceeding of Tuesday, of Tuesday, 18th of January, 2024.
Distinguished colleagues, please go through the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 18 January 2024 for comments and corrections. The leader.
Mr. Speaker and esteemed honorable colleague, in the absence of any observation, objection, comment, or rejection, I rise to move for the approval of vote and proceeding of Thursday, 18th day of January 2024. Distinguished colleague, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Alami Walu Ainde, Honorable Representing Repo along with the State.
2024 be approved by this Honorable House. Say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleague, next item on the order paper is message from the governor.
No message from the governor.
Next item is order announcement by the Speaker.
The announcement is to review the committee that is presently considering the Oyo State's presumptive tax bill. On the day we committed the bill to the committee on House Committee on Appropriation, Budget and Appropriation, I believe. But we also stated the table. We had an issue with the table, and the people that will be taxed also has to do with commerce. So therefore, we're going to make it a joint committee between appropriation and budget alongside with commerce in order for them to carry all stakeholders along in that bill. So moving forward, we're going to make adjustments to just the appropriation. Instead of just appropriation, considering the bill, we're going to make it a joint committee between the House Committee on Budget and Appropriation and the House Committee on Commerce. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, next item on the paper is petition.
No petitions.
Next item is matter of urgent public importance.
No matter of urgent public importance.
Next item is personal explanation, Mr. Speaker.
No personal explanation.
We are now in the order of the paper, Mr. Speaker. And the first item to be considered in the order of the paper for this afternoon is first reading of bills. And the bill to be so considered for first reading is Emmanuel Alayande University of Education or your Amendment Bill 2024. OIHB/10/09/24. A bill for a law to amend Emmanuel Alayande University of Education or your Law 2022. Sponsor Right Honorable Adebo Ogundonyi Barapwa is Speaker, and Honorable Ehuluwa Fawakomi Bana Southwest Chairman Committee on Education, Tertiary Institution, Science and Technology, Honorable Ari Mobajaido, Honorable Sanjo Onalapo Adidoyi, Monzo South, Leader of the House, Honorable Osi Rahman Oyo East West, Honorable M.O. Abiola Akinyele, Honorable W.K. Akintayo Oluyole, and Honorable M.O. Akande, Ibadan South is one co-sponsors.
Madam Clerk, the first reading. So because it is a private member bill, one of the co-sponsors, Honorable Oluwafokomi, as the major sponsor, you can read just the short title.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Oluwafokomi Oluwafemi. I represent Ibadan Southwest State Constituency 2. A bill for a law to amend Emmanuel Alayande University of Education or your law 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Has not been read for the first time. Distinguished honorable colleagues, the Emmanuel Alayande University of Education or your Amendment Bill 2024 has not been read for the first time. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, next item on the order of the day paper is another first reading of bill. And the bill to be first considered first reading now is Oyo State Mobilization Agency for Socio-Economic Development and other matter connected therewith. OIHAB/10/10/24. A bill for a law to provide for the establishment of Oyo State Mobilization Agency for Socio-Economic Development and other matter connected therewith. Honorable Sanjo Onalapo Adidoyi, Monzo South, Leader of the House. First reading.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Oyo State Mobilization Agency for Socio-Economic Development Bill 2023 is being read the first time. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Distinguished honorable colleagues, the Oyo State Mobilization Agency for Socio-Economic Development and other matters connected there within has not been read for the first time. The leader, next item.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, next item on the order of the day paper is second reading of Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority B 2023. OYHB/10/08/24. A B for a law to provide for the establishment of the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority for the enforcement of traffic, environmental and sanitation standard and other matters connected therewith. Honorable Senjo Onolapa Idungoto South. Leader of the House, second reading.
If you have anything to say, you can lead the...
Okay, Mr. Speaker. The bill before us this afternoon is a bill for the establishment of Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement B 2023. The bill is basically to enforce the existing laws, Mr. Speaker, and regulation relating to health and environmental standards, asset management, maintenance, and road traffic safety and maintenance, and to also to guarantee that MDA implementing those laws function within the ambit of the law, establishing them, and with respect to the rights of individuals. The authority, when established, will facilitate a working relationship with other ministry, department, and agencies of government with the field of ensuring effective exchange of information, also to achieve traffic safety and environmental sustainability within the state, and also to enable to collect data maintenance, number of database on infraction of traffic environmental law. This law, Mr. Speaker, you agree with me, cover many areas of state existing agency and the other statutory organization. It's just to make their work to be covered within the ambit of the law. Like Oyo State Road Maintenance Agency, Oyo State Traffic Maintenance Agency, there are several debates in the time past that the money being charged by them is not covered within the ambit of the function regulated and defined for them in the law. But with this bill now, it will define the function, the area to be covered, and the limitation of every agency's MDAs and water field. The only limitation or the only reservation I have about the bill for now is the area for your state open hearing and grazing regulation law that the bill wants to cover. My reservation about this is purely because we have an existing law that was passed by this assembly that cover everything, but everything regarding the open hearing and grazing regulation in Oyo State. I believe that will be a duplication. So I believe by the time the bill is committed to the appropriate committee, all those ones will be appropriate there with. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this honorable House that the bill should be considered for second reading and be committed to appropriate committee of the House.
Thank you. DS.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, for the first time in the history of the 10th Assembly, I may want to rise to go against this bill. And the reasons are obvious, Mr. Speaker. If we look at this bill, which talked about second reading of Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority Bill 2023. If you ask me, right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the State Assembly, as presently constituted, has put laws or bills that has been assented to by the state government or by the executive governor of the state. I'm seeing this as a duplication of service or purpose. For example, the leader has rightly said that this house did pass a law on grazing, open grazing. I think what we need more is enlightenment campaign, so to say. Because these laws are there in our law books across various local governments. So I really want to know, is this another agency or what are we talking about here? We're talking of road maintenance traffic agency, that's OITMA. Their statutory responsibility is to do the needful in controlling traffic and arresting people who are contravening the laws on traffic in the state. So why do we need this bill again? So these are the questions that will be asked when this bill is committed to the appropriate committee. For me, is a no situation on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can someone shed light to the Deputy Speaker's worries? Chief.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Benga Oyekola. I represent Atiba State constituency. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, I don't want to see the bill as a duplication. My worry was like that of the Deputy Speaker when I was reading through the bill. But later I found out that we have a lot of laws in Oyo State that nobody has ever noticed as implemented. Like we have a law that forbids people to smoke in the public. Nobody knows there is that law in Oyo State. And this Honorable House has passed that law that nobody should should smoke in the public. We have a law against open defecation. We have all those laws. Now this body now are to see to the enforcement of those laws. So that is why it is not a duplication. It is not a duplication, but to have a body. If you read the title of the bill, a bill for a law to provide for the establishment of Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority for the enforcement of traffic, environmental and sanitation standard and other matters connected. Other matter refers to other bill that has been passed that nobody seems to care whether there is that law or not. If you approach anybody, maybe in a joint, that you know is an offense for you to smoke in the public, he will say, which law says that? So these and other things are the responsibility of this body now to see to enforcement and implementation of those laws that are not being noticed. My colleagues in this chamber have been coming to me, said, can we have a codified laws of Oyo State that will educate us on how many laws and which laws cover which areas? It is a pity that we don't have a lot of them. They are to be codified and be given to members of this assembly. So this body now, I think their primary function, when we are talking of environmental law, do you know that we have a law that forbids noise pollution? You can just be in any market and you see some people hang a microphone or speaker on their phone and say this one is good for jedi-jedi, ó lè pa kòkòrò, ó lè pa yẹn, ó sì tún lè ṣiṣẹ́ fún jedi-jedi náà. People moving around your compound, moving around your environment, shouting in the name of advertising their goods. And we have law in Oyo State that forbids it. People come from Osun State to come and advertise in Oyo here. You see people at Ojo there shouting. So with this body now, the bill now shadowed the responsibility of ensuring that laws are being enforced. You will meet people driving against traffic, all in the name that they don't want to travel far on our express. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the law is in order. What I would just suggest or advise or move is for the committee that will consider this bill to even invite the drafter of the bill to shed more light to them and to give them more education. So the bill is in line, Mr. Speaker.
That's fine. Honorable Diola.
Right Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Honorable Dele Adiola and I represent the Saint Eswaju State Constituency. In order not to waste much of our time, I want to appreciate the contribution of Honorable Yekola. Mr. Speaker, this bill is overdue. Aside the fact that it will help us to sanitize some improper activity that is happening in our society. Yeah, you see the capability, the personnel are working, Osroma, OTMA, sanitation agency and the rest. We see that we don't have enough personnel to carry out the expected activities in that agency. Now this one is specifically a task force. A task force that will oversee the activities of those people who are violating laws of Oyo State. And in this bill, there is no duplication of effort. They refer to it that they will base their activities on the existing laws of those agencies, like sanitation, OTMA, and the rest. They will base the activities on the existing law that we have made in this Allo chamber. Yeah, aside that, Mr. Speaker, I still want to I want to go to some clauses to make some observations. Like
before you do that, this bill, are they to work with other agencies in enforcing the law, or are they to enforce the law?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if you have this agency now, they will recruit their own personnel. If they recruit their own personnel, they will assist other agencies in carrying out some of it. Like, let's start an example of.
But that will be duplication. But if you're talking about more hands, then that's fine. But my initial thinking for this bill was that.
Mr. Speaker, for example, sanitation now, environmental sanitation. On the day of environmental sanitation, those people will go out. They want to monitor. Have you come out to clean environment? Have you done this? Have you done that? That's their assignment. Now, their own assignment will be those people who reviews. Those people who reviews. Their honor is not to mobilize people to carry out that activities. It's those people who refuse to carry out the activity that they will be particular after. And even if you go to the issue of the transportation, now these people, if they stand anywhere, they will just be like an officer in that section, in the same ministry. Okay, we have employed you, just stay. Anybody that is not observing road traffic, now you capture that such a person, you arrest. Then they cannot arrest such person and refer it to OTMA for necessary punishment. Not is that they are the one that will carry out the punishment. They will arrest and they will give it to OTMA. OTMA will now go to their law and check what is the punishment that is expected for this person. And that they just want to assist all the ministries in order to join them, in order to join their hands to carry out their activities.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are going to go to your clauses.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Clause 5. Mr. Speaker, clause 5 of clause 2. I think the word the chairperson should be changed to the chairman. A chairman, either a woman or a man, is still the same as chairman. Then I think if you are forming this kind of law, there should be, in composition of the board, there should be a representation or a representative of police in this law that will represent them there. And if you go to clause 14, now they said power to review laws. Nobody has power to review laws. No ministry, no agency has power to review laws. They can only have power to recommend or for review of laws. And it's only House of Assembly that is had the responsibility of reviewing laws. No agency, no ministry has power to do that. They can only make observation or recommend for the House of Assembly to review the laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Or recommend to the executive to bring to. Let's say from Honorable Oloa for coming.
Since Ibadan Southwest Consensus 2, let me comment what other colleagues have also submit on the bill. I want to call your attention, sir, to the fact that the argument you were having with Honorable Adiola concerning that are they working with other agency or they are working alone. I wouldn't know if you are aware that Ultima, they do arrest, charge, and they collect bill. I've been doing for so many years. They will arrest you that you park somewhere. They will take you to their office. They will issue for you a receipt to go and pay your fine. And they have been keeping at least some road ethics in that way. But my concern why I rise, is that in this bill, I couldn't see how they will come over with their fine and charges. The same problem that happened with the Ultima, they will arrest you for parking by roadside and will take you to one office and go and bill you 40,000. A taxi driver who has never saved even 10,000 for a whole 1 year, you will see them, they will begin to cry by one side. They will be crying. Where will they get 40,000? I think the house, we represent these people. We should also set for them the bill. What will be the charges they will lay on anybody that commits offense? Because I wonder when they'll just come here for my questions and say, help us, honorable, can not be 40,000. Kilogun, machine, longun, elogoni, machine, longun. So we should not just be them to just be charging bill anyhow. That area, we should also come in that side to protect our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Someone wanted to make a comment. Okay, Honorable, then we have
Mr. Speaker,
okay.
I only want to react to what Honorable Fokame is trying to argue for. Mr. Speaker, sir, laws are not made for people to break. As much as possible, will you give a stiff penalty for people so as not to break the law? So if you are now considering an Okada rider, because an Okada rider, he has to ride against traffic, killing another person, all in the name that he will pay 40,000. You want to plead for him. If he has killed somebody, how will you quantify the life of that person? Laws are not made for people to break. If you know the penalty, you won't move close to it. That you want to consider them because they don't have job, no, that is not the issue.
And if you move close to it, you should be ready to pay for the consequences.
Yes, sir. If you go against the law, be ready to face the consequences. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I think where this bill is trying to, to draft is clause 15. The intention of this bill is clause 15. All other things they are
what
trying.
What does it say?
The clause 15 says mobile court and tribunal. If you commit a crime by 6 p.m. or 7 p.m., you will be tried immediately there. That is what is in operation in Lagos. They want to bring the idea of Lagos down here. The fear of that they don't spell out the penalty, they want to try you immediately you are arrested.
According to whatever existing law.
Yes, sir. That is it. You see, the existing laws are there. Nobody to enforce the existing law. And people are breaking those laws because there is nobody to enforce it. The state government is now thinking on how to have these laws enforced. Mm-hmm. The mobile court will be moving with these people. 1,001 people are driving against even the traffic light in Oyo State. Go to where they put this traffic light. You will see Okada people, tricycle people, they will not stop for that red light. They believe the red light is only for the motor. So when you break those laws, somebody is there to park you and try you immediately. There's no need you are going home to tell your father, no, you will be tried immediately.
The Deputy Speaker, because I saw in the section 12, the clause 12 of the law, where it states that the relevant laws that they will be tried against, right, for the offenses and penalties. It states the Oyo State Environmental Protection Agency laws passed in this House. It spoke about the environmental sanitation and waste control regulations. It spoke about the road traffic law. It spoke about the Oyo State Open Road and Grazing Regulation law. It also spoke about the Oyo State Road Traffic Management Authority law. it shall be enforced by the authority in collaboration with the relevant ministry, department, and agencies or any other apparatus of government. So, therefore, what that implies is that they are going to work hand in hand with all these other agencies to penalize people that break the laws within these boundaries that are stated.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that clarification. But I will still maintain my position, and that is to say that if we allow this bill to fly, what that simply means is that we have made a nuisance of all the bills that has been passed by the State Assembly. We have all agreed here in all our submission, Right Honorable Speaker, that there are existing laws that are passed by this House. So what the executive can do is either to come through is to have an executive order to make those laws work. This is what we've been asking for, Right Honorable Speaker. You don't need a bill.
Okay, how do you try them? How do you try offenders on the spot?
They can create a mobile court. The House does not need to create a mobile court for them. I'm very sure if we go into that laws that has been passed by this House, all these things are embedded there, Right Honorable Speaker. So mobile you don't need a special law.
I don't think mobile court is embedded in those other laws.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Olabi.
The Right Honorable Speaker, members of this distinguished House, my name is Honorable Olushola Adewale Olabi, representing about the Northeast Constituency 2. Mr. Speaker, if we are talking about enforcement, OITMA with an existing law is equally doing enforcement. If we are talking about waste management control in Oyo State, environmental laws, we have a task force on the environment that is enforcing environmental laws already. If you are telling me that these laws are not guiding our people, I think what we need is more hands, not new laws. This House, in few years back, has reviewed some laws. If you're telling me they want to enforce, OITMA asks people that are enforcing their laws. We have environmental health officers that are enforcing environmental laws. And all these bills was reviewed by this House not many years ago, 2-3 last year. If you're telling me you want a tribunal, most of our laws has a working tribunal. It may not be 24 hours. When we made the laws on environment, what was there was a 24 hours tribunal. Now they are not operating for 24 hours. But I just need the executive to go ahead and implement those laws fully. If they need more hands, they could employ more officers, not making other laws. We should not make laws that will be contravening or contradicting what we have made earlier. If we are talking about enforcement, there are many other ways to go about it. We have laws already. We have enough laws as related to 4 topics mentioned by this drafted bill. Thank you very much.
I think after SAFERS we can...
Honorable Speaker, permit me to say we need the drafters of this bill to come and explain to the committee of the House, a committee that is inaugurated by the House, their emotion, their intentions of drafting this bill. Thank you very much.
Let's hear from Honorable SAFERS. No, just talk. Just.
One aspect. The other aspect is about the independence of the agencies that we have in the state. The agencies we have, they should have that independence to make decisions. And I believe that part of every law, we have the enforcement aspect as part of almost every law, which I think we should work towards energizing. So if we are not, we should be careful. So I will not get to a point where one agency of government we write the House of Assembly, or we write the House of Assembly Commission and tell the House of Assembly Service Commission that you cannot do this because you have not involved us. Because if they will need this kind of agency to make decisions or to implement policies regarding punishment or enforcement, yeah, I think it will affect the independence of our agencies. I think the drafters of the bill will have to do a lot of clearance, explanation, so that we can have a better understanding and see areas where we can adjust and meet. But I've seen some things that are very, very important in the bill, sir. When I check through the functions of the bill, that's in the section, just a minute, 7. So issues about orientation, proper orientation is very good. Issues about encouraging people to do things the right way, to be positive oriented. Those are things that, yeah, we can, I believe that we make positive changes. But in the aspect of enforcement, I think we need to be a bit careful. Thank you very much, sir.
We can either seek for clarification on the committee level, or we can postpone the argument. We can either postpone the argument, or let us commit it to a joint committee between special duties and judiciary. Let them go and find out what the real spirit of this law is. And if it passes, if we can scale through a joint committee of special duties and judiciary and come back to the, then, you know, after seeking clarification, they can bring their reports first to the caucus room before we move forward. No. No. That's the Mokocha. That's Maradona. That one is Maradona. Okay. The majority leader moved the motion to the relevant committee.
And in this time, Committee on Special Duty and Committee on Judiciary.
Okay. Is there any seconder to that motion apart from DS? Honorable Diola. Okay. A motion has been moved and it has been duly seconded that the Oyo State's rule, the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority Bill 2023 be read for the second time and be committed to the Committee on Special Duties, a joint committee of special duties and judiciary for further deliberation. Okay, we put judiciary first. Okay, we will commit it to the House Committee on Judiciary, a joint committee of judiciary first, and special duties for further deliberation and consideration. Madam Clerk. Okay, those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, a bill for a law to provide for the establishment of the Oyo State Mobilization Agency for Socio-Economic Development and other matters connected therewith is being read the second time. Mr. Speaker, sir. So, I'm sorry.
Is that it? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the error is regretted, please. I'll take it again. A bill for a law to provide for the establishment of the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority for the enforcement of traffic, environmental and sanitation standards and other matters connected therewith is being read the second time. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, that was the second reading of the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority Bill 2023, which has now been read for the second time and committed to the House Committee on Judiciary and House Committee on Special Duties for further consideration. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, before we proceed to the next item in the order of the day paper, permit me to recognize the presence of the Right Honorable Adegboyega Aribisogun, the former Speaker of Ekiti State House of Assembly, who is in the gallery on a personal capacity to observe the proceeding of the House today. Is at our opposite here. Right Honorable Adegboyega, you are welcome. On behalf of the Speaker, the entire member of this Assembly, we appreciate your coming and we wish you journey mercy back to your destination when going back. You are welcome, sir. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, next item on the order of the day paper is report of the Committee on Education, Basic and Secondary, that screened Dr. Nurini Adeniremi Adeniran for the position of Chairman of Oyo State Universal Basic Education Board, on Thursday, 18 January 2024. OIHA House /10/15/24. Pursuant to the directive of the House, on Tuesday, 16 January 2024, the report of the Committee on Education, Basic and Secondary that screened Dr. Nurini Adeniremi Adeniran for position of Chairman of Oyo State University Basic Education Board on Thursday, 18 January 2024, to be presented by Honorable Johnson A. Ugudele Orire, Chairman of the Committee.
The Chairman of the Committee, Honorable J. A. Ugudele, please present a report.
Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished colleagues, my names are Ogundele Johnson Akintola, January 2024. Preamble. Pursuant to a directive of the House at its sitting on Tuesday, 16 January 2024, that the Committee on Education, Basic and Secondary screened Dr. Nurini Adeniremi Adeniran, nominee for the position of Chairman Oyo State Universal Basic Education Board Chairman. The committee met and screened him for the purpose of confirmation of his appointment as Chairman Oyo State Universal Basic Education Board. He was put on oath and thereafter fielded questions from honorable members of the committee. Findings. Dr. Nurini Adeniremi Adeniran was born on 28 June 1961 in Ibadan, Southwest Local Government area of Oyo State. He attended Muslim Grammar School, Odinjo, Ibadan, between 1976 to 1981 for his secondary education, and later proceeded to Oyo State College of Arts and Science, Ile-Ife, where he obtained his higher school certificate in 1984. He was at the University of Ibadan between 1987 to 1990, where he obtained Bachelor of Education in Adult Education and Political Science. He obtained his Master of Education with specialization in Communication in 1992 and Doctor of Philosophy, PhD in Communication Act and Community Development from University of Ibadan in 2001. Dr. Nurini Adeniran also hold a Bachelor of Law degree, LLB, in 2007 and was called to bar in 2008. Dr. Nureni Adeniran is a seasoned administrator, being the immediate past chairman of Oyo State Universal Basic Education Board, superb. He was found to have performed excellently well during his tenure at the board. He was a good performance record at Oyo State Universal Basic Education Board. Recommendation: having satisfactorily answered questions put to him by the committee, he was found appointable, and the committee hereby recommend that the House confirm the appointment of Dr. Nureni Adeniran as the chairman of Oyo State Universal Basic Education Board. Superb. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, permit me to appreciate the chairman, House Committee on Basic Education and his wonderful team for coming up with this report in a record time. And I want to move that the House do receive the report as it was submitted. And beyond that, I want to move that the resolution and the recommendation.
Out of order, Mr. Speaker.
That what?
Order 60.
Order 16.
60.
Okay.
Rule 912. Page 30. No member shall be allowed to, no. When a member is speaking, no member may converse aloud or make any noise or disturbance to interrupt him. Honorable Modu is trying to break this law, Mr. Speaker.
Where is Honorable Modu? Honorable Modu, what's happening there? Oh, yeah, the leader. Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, that the report as submitted to be received by this honorable House, and the recommendation in the report should be accepted and adopted by this honorable House as a working document of this honorable House, that Dr. Nureni Adeniran should be confirmed, that the appointment of Dr. Nureni Adeniran as the superb chairman of your state universal basic education should be confirmed by the honorable House. Distinguished colleague, I so submit.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I write to second the motion moved by the leader of the House that this House will to consider the report of the Committee on Education, Basic and Secondary, and to recommend and to accept the recommendation that this House to confirm the appointment of Dr. Nureni Adeniran as Oyo State Basic as his chairman of Oyo State Universal Basic Education Board. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, a motion has been moved and seconded that that Dr. Nurini Adiremi Adeniran be approved. That's okay. Well, the report first. Those in favor that the report be received by this honorable house and the recommendation within the report be accepted and adopted by the house, say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Dr. Nurini Adiremi Adeniran has been confirmed as the chairman of Oyo State Universal Basic Education Board. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. Next item on the order of the day paper is another committee report. Report of Committee on Educational Tertiary Institution, Science and Technology that screened Barrister Abdurrahim Abiodun Abdurrahim for position of Chairman of Oyo State Education Trust Fund on Friday, 19 January 2024. OYHA House/10/16/24. Pursuant to the directive of the House, on Tuesday, 17 January 2024, the report of the Committee on Education Tertiary Institution, Science and Technology that screened Barrister Abdurrahim Abiodun Abdurrahim for position of Chairman of Oyo State Education Trust Fund on Friday, 19 January 2024, to be presented by Honorable Oluwafokomi, Ibadan Southwest 2, Chairman of the Committee.
The Chairman of Committee on Tertiary Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Oluwafokomi Oluwafemi Adebayo. I represent Ibadan Southwest 2. Mr. Speaker, sir, committee report. Report of Committee on Education, Tertiary Institution, Science and Technology that screened Barrister Abdulrahman Abiodun Abdulkarim for position of Chairman Oyo State Education Trust Fund on Friday, 19th January 2024. Preamble. Pursuant to the directive of the House at its sitting on Tuesday, 16 January 2024, that the Committee on Education, Tertiary Institution, Science and Technology screened Barrister Abdurrahim Abiodun Abdurrahim, who had been nominated for the position of Chairman Oyo State Education Trust Fund by His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde. The committee met and engaged the nominee on Friday, 19th January 2024 in extensive deliberation. He was put on oath and thereafter field question from honorable member of the committee. Findings. Barrister Abdurrahman Abiodun Abdurrahim was born on 26 December 1965. He hailed from Oriyo local government and obtained his primary school leaving certificate from Christ Church Maku, School 1, Odinjo, Ibadan in 1975. Secondary school testimonial from Shamsu Arabic School, Eleta, Ibadan between 1976 and 1978. General certificate of examination between 1982 and 84. He also obtained Obafemi Awolowo University OAU, Ile-Ife. He also attended Obafemi Awolowo University OAU, Ile-Ife between 1986 and 1990, where he obtained a bachelor degree in law, LLB, and was called to bar in 1991. He was honored with a chieftaincy title of Are Ba Mufin of Ikoyi Kingdom in Ikoyi, Orire local government on 5th of January 2019. The nominee was the former Commissioner of Lands, Housing and Urban Development at the inception of Governor Seyi Makinde administration under Omnibus 1.0 and was later posted to the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology as Commissioner. The office that he occupied till May 29, 2023, when
he was Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology. He was able to achieve tremendously by establishing strong collaboration between government and some identified stakeholders in various sectors, especially funding development partners and regional philanthropists in the state. Through his effort, he facilitated and attracted intervention fund from World Bank to the state, amounting to millions of dollars. The fund, according to him, will now be utilized by his successor in office. The new Commissioner for Education, appointed under Omnibus 2.0. He also returned some school back to the major stakeholder in the state, especially in the collaboration with the old student association and regional philanthropies for infrastructural intervention in schools to close the infrastructure gaps in the education sector in the state. It also fosters synergy among educational MDA's family, Ministry of Education, TESCOM, SUBEB, and some relevant MDAs to enhance the development of education in Oyo State. All these landmark achievements in education earned the state an award, as the Oyo State Ministry of Education was rated the best education ministry in the Southwest region in May 2023 by the body of National Policy in Education. The award he received before he left office last year. Barrister Abdurrahman Abiodun Abdurrahim, during the interactive section with the committee, highlighted some of the objectives of Oyo State Education Trust Fund and as of the member of the House and public from him, if confirmed as the chairman of the Education Trust Fund. He said the fund is meant to develop intervention infrastructural projects at all levels of education in the state in order to supplement the efforts of the government in bringing infrastructural gap in the education sector. He also reiterated that he intended to attract various statutory sources of money for the fund as entrance that he intends to attract various He further reiterated that he intended to attract various statutory sources of money for the fund as entrenched in the provision of the Section 7 of the Oyo State Education Trust Fund Law 2016 as amended. The source of the fund include 5% of the prevailing rate of the value-added tax acquiring to the state and local government, and 1% of IGR of the state-owned tertiary institution, 1% of the registration and the renewal fund paid by the private primary and secondary school, continuing education and study center, 1% of the sum payable on any contract awarded or executed by the state or any MD, as well as grant, donation, gift, particularly from corporate social responsibility (SCR) and other voluntary contribution to the fund. He appraised the committee that approved His Excellency. He appraised the committee that approval of His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde has been secure in mobilizing all these funds. He said, apart from source of money for the fund as provided in the law, he also intends to mobilize and raise funds for intervention projects from international and local development partners. The judiciary, the honorable members of Oyo State Assembly, and federal legislators via their constituency projects. All student association and some other philanthropies as a way of giving back to their alma mater. He further stated that if appointed as the chairman of the State Education Trust Fund, he will create synergy between himself and the member of the House in achieving
the objective of the fund and seeking necessary amendment to the enabling law for better performance. He said continuous synergy will be established with the Ministry of Education, Head of Tertiary Institution, and Universal Basic Education Board to identify priorities area of education infrastructural development to afford the location of the project. Recommendation. Having satisfactory answered question put to him by the committee and consider a steering and unprecedented performance and contribution to the education sector in the state, especially as the former Commissioner of Education, the nominee was found appointable, and the committee hereby recommended that, pursuant to Section 12 of Oyo State Education Trust Fund, the House confirmed the appointment of the barrister Abiodun Abdurrahim as chairman of Oyo State Education Trust Fund. Speaker, sir, I beg to report.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I rise to commend the chairman, House Committee on Tertiary Institution Science and Technology, and his wonderful member for coming up with this comprehensive report that is into detail about the performance, the contribution and activity of the nominee, Barrister Abdurrahim Abiodun. And I want to move that the House will receive the report as submitted by the committee chairman on behalf of the committee, and the report therein should be accepted. The recommendation therein should be accepted and adopted by this honorable House as a working tool of this House of Assembly, that Barrister Abdurrahim should be confirmed as the chairman of your State Education Trust Fund Committee. Distinguished colleague, I so submit.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion as moved by the leader of the House. This House will receive the report of the Committee on Education, Tertiary Institution and Science and Technology, to accept the report and to consider the recommendation of this report that Barrister Abdurrahman Abiodun Abraham to be confirmed as the chairman of your State Education Trust Fund. I so second.
Those in favor that the report as tendered by the Chairman Committee on Tertiary Education, Honorable A.O. Loafokomi, that the report be received and the recommendation within the report be accepted and adopted by this Honorable House, say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Barrister Abdurrahim Abiodun Abdurrahim has been confirmed as the chairman of the Oyo State Education Trust Fund. The leader.
Mr. Speaker, dear esteemed colleague, next item on the order of the day paper is a motion. Motion on the need to construct speed breakers at flash points on the newly constructed Oyo Iseyin and Geduo Roki Road in Oyo State. that this honorable house take cognizance of the reckless driving of some drivers, especially commercial motorcyclists known as Okada rider, as well as private and commercial car and bus driver on the newly constructed Oyo Iseyin and Gedu Oroki Road, with a view to urging the executive arm of government through the Ministry of Public Works and Transport to put measures to construct speed breaker at some flash points on the newly constructed Oyo Iseyin and Gedu Oroki Road in Oyo Town to prevent accident on this road. Honorable Olorunpoto Abdulrahman Sefa, Oyo East, Oyo West. Sponsor of the motion.
The sponsor of the motion, please present your motion.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Honorable Olorunpoto Sefas Rahman. I represent Oyo East, Oyo West States constituency. Motion. Need to construct speed breakers at some flash points on the newly constructed Oyo Iseyin and Gedu Oroki roads in Oyo Town. The House notes the efforts of His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde on the infrastructural development in the state since inception of his administration on May 29, 2019 to date. This infrastructural development span through all sectoral economy of the states: education, health, agriculture, judiciary, and works, which have impacted positively on the socio-economic lives of an average Oyo State indigene and residents in the states in terms of the movements of goods and services, as well as commuting around the nooks and crannies of the state. Further notes, one of the significant steps of His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde to ameliorate the suffering of commuters plying Oyo Iseyin Road, a federal road which was in a deplorable condition, abandoned for many years, and unattended to by the federal government. His Excellency, in company of the Governor of Bayelsa State, Doye Diri, flagged up the rehabilitation and reconstruction of the 34.85 kilometers Oyo Iseyin Road on December 16, 2021. 21 months after the flag off, the road was commissioned on September 15, 2023 by former President Olusegun Obasanjo. The road, despite being a federal road, Governor Seyi Makinde believes that for his economic expansion agenda to succeed, Oyo Iseyin Road is strategic to agribusiness industrial hub at Fashola, nearly completed by this administration, and that most commuters on the road are the people of Oyo State. Aware that since the commissioning of the road, it has been useful and beneficial to the people and commuters plying the road, but observed reckless driving on the part of some drivers, especially commercial motorcyclists, particularly known as Okada riders, as well as some private and commercial or bus drivers. It is a common phenomenon that most drivers are usually unruly and disobey traffic rules. At times, they do not drive with caution to prevent the occurrence of accidents on the road. Hence, concerted and preventive measures should be put in place on Oyo Iseyin Road to mitigate the occurrence of accidents. Further aware that even though there have been no reported cases of accidents on the newly constructed Oyo Iseyin Road through observed reckless driving, but preventive measures ought to be in place on the road through installation and construction of zebra crossing signs and speed breakers at some flash points on the road such as Irepo, Ojongbodu, Shoku, and Fashola. Again, Gedu Oroki Road within Oyo Township, which is about 2.9 kilometers road, constructed at the inception of 1.0, needs speed breakers at designated areas such as Awumoro Community Primary School, Bright Star Nostrum Primary School, and Oroki Junction, to forestall the occurrence of accidents on the road. Resolves to urge the executive arm of government through the Ministry of Public Works and Transport to 1. To construct and install zebra crossing signs and speed breakers at flash points of Oyo Eshayin, Irepo, Ojongbodu, Fashola, and Shoku, and others. 2. To construct speed breakers on areas such as Awumoro Community Primary School, Bright Star Nursery and Primary School, and Oroki Junction on Gedo Oroki Road in Oyo Township, in order to prevent the occurrence of road accidents occasioned by reckless driving. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
A motion has been moved. Any seconder? Chief Whip.
The Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Benga Oyekola. I represent Atiba State Constituency. I rise to second this straightforward motion being moved by Honorable C. Rahman from Oyo East Oyo West State Constituency. Mr. Speaker, prevention, they say, is better than cure. And this motion seeks to prevent accidents rather than thinking of what to do when accidents occur. And therefore, it's a straightforward motion to prevent accidents on Gedu, Isheyin, or Okyogun. Isheyin or your road has been moved by the mover of the motion, Honorable Olonkoto. So I second, sir.
Well, a motion has been moved and duly seconded. Those in favor that the resolutions as stated within the motions be accepted by this. A comment? Honorable Godele.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to commend the mover of this motion. It's at the right time. But along the line, Ogbomoso Fakote Iseyin Road, the first site that has been completed by Crimboge, I have experience of 2 deaths along that road. I want this honorable house to accommodate Ogbomoso Fakote Iseyin Road, particularly the first section of the road. I'm talking of Gege, Onitirin, Atoruko, and Fakote. There is need for this speed breaker in this particular area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The resolutions has been amended by Honorable Ogodele. Those in favor that the resolutions as amended be adopted by this Honorable House say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I rise to move for the adjournment of this sitting till Tuesday, 30th of January, 2024 by 10 a.m. Distinguished colleague, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I rise to second the motion as moved by the leader of the House that this House will adjourn to 30 January 2024. I so second.
Before putting the question to the House, I have 2 announcements. The first announcement to the Right Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin, Speaker of the State House of Assembly, from our very own Honorable Dr. Olufunke Comforter A. Olajide. Title is Appreciation. The Right Honorable Speaker, sir, and my distinguished colleagues, with every sense of gratitude, I write to show appreciation to you all, whom I regard as my family members, for your show of love and concern to sympathize with me and my community after the unfortunate Bodija Ibadan blast events which occurred on the 16th of January 2024. Everyone took it upon themselves, starting with our leader, the Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin, who also appeared in person, to the DS, House Leader, and almost every member of Oyo State House of Assembly. The career workers aren't left out. Led by our own Mama Clerk of the House, Pastor Mrs. Yetunde Awe, the Deputy Clerk, some of the clerks, secretaries, security men and women, and even the PAs. I was overwhelmed for this show of love, and it really gives me the strength needed to forge on, because it wasn't truly easy. I really felt honored, and I'm grateful to you all. Ẹ ṣeun. Without of appreciation, I remain. Honorable Dr. Olufunke Comforter Adeniyi Olajide, Member, Oyo State House of Assembly, representing Ibadan North Constituency 1. The other announcement is to inform the honorable members of Committee on Commerce and Cooperatives that they would be meeting with the Commissioner and officials of Ministry of Trade, Industry, Investment and Cooperatives in room 110, Kakos Room, Old Office Complex on Wednesday, 24 January 2024 at 10 a.m. prompt. The unlisted honorable member should please note and attend punctually. Honorable Mrs. O.C. Olajide Ibadan North 1, Vice Chairman. Honorable S.A. Onalapo Ogumosho South, Leader of the House. Honorable O.A. Olabi Ibadan North is 2. Honorable M. O. Abiola Akinyele 1. Honorable M. Aziz Kajala. And Honorable J.A. Ogudele Oriri, signed by the Chairman of the Committee, Honorable R.A. Mabaje, representing Ido constituency. That is all for announcements. Those in favor that the House do adjourn to 30th January 2024 by 10 a.m. say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Almighty God, ruler of heaven and earth, you beseech thee to guide and protect our councils. Be with us as we go through this plenary. Give us the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding in order for us to do what's best for our people. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Major.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. The next item on the order paper is approval of vote and proceeding of Tuesday, 23rd of January 2024.
Distinguished members, please go to the votes and proceedings for comments or corrections. The leader.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in the absence of any observation, comment, objection, or rejection, I rise to move for the approval of vote and proceeding of Tuesday, 23rd of January 2024. Distinguished colleague, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Babalola Olasukomi Samson, member representing Egbeda State constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second that this House do approve the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 23rd January 2024. Mr. Speaker, I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 23rd January 2024 be approved by this honorable House, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, next item on the order paper is oath of allegiance and oath of membership to new members.
None. Next.
Next item is message from the governor.
No message from the governor.
Next item is other announcement by the speaker.
No announcements by the speaker.
Next item is petition.
No petitions.
Next item is matter of urgent public importance.
No matter of urgent public importance.
Next item is personal explanation, Mr. Speaker.
No personal explanation.
We are now in the order of the day paper, Mr. Speaker. And the first and the only item the order of the day paper for this morning is report of Joint Committee on Finance and Population and State Economic Planning and Public Work and Infrastructure that interacted with the officials of the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Economic Planning and Public Work and Transport and the Office of the Accountant General on debt profile of Oyo State and the request for loan facility of 150 billion naira only for funding of Senator Lasidi Ladoja Circular Road project on Monday 22nd and Friday 26 January 2024. OIK House /10/17/23 presentation to a pursuant to a directive of the House on Tuesday 15 January 2024, the report of the Joint Committee on Finance and Population and State Economic Planning and Public Work and Infrastructure that interacted with officials of the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Economic Planning and Public Work and Transport and the Office of the Accountant General on debt profile for your state and the request for loan facility of 150 billion naira only for the funding of Central City Ladoja Road project on Monday 22nd and Friday 29 January 2024. Honorable Olasukomi Samson Babalola Egbeda, Deputy Leader of the House and the Chairman's Committee on Public Finance, Account and Appropriation, Budget and Appropriation, and Honorable O.T. Kende Akinyeletu as co-chairman.
Honorable O.S. Babalola, please present your report.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Babalola Olasukomi Samson, member representing Egbeda State constituency, the deputy leader of the Oyo State House of Assembly, 10th Assembly, and host economic planning. Mr. Speaker, report of the Joint Committee on Finance, Appropriation and State Economic Planning and Public Works and Infrastructure that interacted with officials of the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Economic Planning and Public Works and Transport and Office of the Accountant General on debt profile of Oyo State and the loan request of 150 billion naira only for funding Senator Rashidi Ladoja Circular Road Project on Monday, 22nd of January 2024. Mr. Speaker, preamble. Pursuant to the directive of the House on Tuesday, 16th of January 2024, that the Committee on Finance, Appropriation and State Economic Planning and Public Works and Transport interact with the officials of Ministry of Finance, Budget and Economic Planning and Public Works and Transport and Office of the Accountant General on the debt profile of the state and level of completion of Senator Rashidi Ladoja Circular Road with a view of understanding the justification for the loan request of 150 billion naira loan facility for the funding of the completion of the road. 1.2. The Joint Committee had meeting with the underlisted on Monday, 22nd of January 2024. 1. The Commissioner, Permanent Secretary and Director of Highways, Ministry of Public Works and Transport. 2. The Commissioner, Permanent Secretary and Director of Budget, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. 3. The Permanent Secretary and Director of Debt Management, Ministry of Finance. And 4. The Accountant General and Director of Treasury. Findings. From the interaction with the stakeholders at the meeting, the committee's findings are as follows. 1. The Senator Rashidi Adewolu Ladoja Circular Road was conceived by the administration of late Alhaji Lam Adeshina in 2002 as an outer bypass road to run through exit roads from Ibadan at different locations at the 6 bordering local government of Oluyole, Onara, Egbeda, Lagelu, Akinyele, and Ido, with bridges over streams, river, and fly over various highways and expressways along its 110-kilometer stretch. 2. The 110-kilometer circular road was divided into 4 segments. Segment 1, 32.2 kilometer, south to east wing to Lagos 1 Ibadan Express, Oluyole area to Ibadan Ife Road, Egbeda area. Segment 2, 34 kilometer, north to east wing, Egbeda to Akinyele area, crossing Ibadan Ilorin Expressway. Segment 3, 23 kilometer, north and west direction, Akinyele to Ido area, crossing Abeokuta Road at C489 plus 642. Segment 4, 20.8 kilometer, southwest wing, back to Lagos Ibadan Expressway. 3. Successive Oka administrations since 2002 have attempted implementation of the circular road to no avail until the bridge and interchanges of the 32-kilometer segment was awarded under the Omitutu 1.0 agenda for transformation of His Excellency Engineer Sheyi Makinde at the cost of 36,970,200,000 kobo to Necessary Screenberg in March 2022 for a completion period of 12 months. 4. The 32.20 kilometer pavement of the segment 1 of the road was divided into 2 lots and recently awarded to necessary Screenburg, lot 1 to 15 kilometer, at a contract sum of 42,384,801,698 naira 33 kobo, and lot 2 16.7 kilometer to necessary Scopec at a contract sum of 44,174,589,658 naira 6 kobo for a completion period of 8 months each. 5. The second segment of the road, 34 kilometer, is being proposed for underlisted items of works in phases under Omitutu 2.0 agenda for sustainable development. Under that, phase 1, cleaning and limited earthwork, 3.5 billion. Phase 2, construction of bridges and interchange of 56.5 billion. Phase 3, construction of 34-kilometer pavement, 90 billion. 6, the Senator Rashidi Adewolu Ladoja Circular Road is desirable and would aid inter, and interstate transportation, thereby aiding investment opportunities and boosting internally generated revenue of the state. 7, the estimated project cost for segment 1, that is 32.20 kilometer of the project, is 122,529,356 naira 58 kobo. The total amount expended up to date is 53,761,611,974 naira 24 kobo, with outstanding balance of 68,767,979,382 naira 34 kobo to complete the first segment of the project. 8, the proposed loan is to cater for completion of the segment 1 and segment 2 of the entire first segment of the circular road. 9, the local debt profile of the state as of September 30th, 2023 is 161,787,716,994 naira 95 kobo, an amount incurred from 12 loan sources, including pensions, gratuity arrears, judgment debt, and contractor arrears, and the tenure of having the loan is 360 months. 10, the external debt profile of the state as at 38th day of June 2023 is 49,294,147,675 naira 18 kobo. When the proposed loan of 150 billion is approved and assessed, it will bring the total external loan to 151,061,864,670 naira 13 kobo. Mr. Speaker, sir, these are the recommendations. Recommendations. Arising from the findings, the committee hereby recommend for the approval of the House that 1, in view of the state exigencies, for instance, the recent Ibadan explosion and others, the executive arm of government be ought to take immediate necessary actions on the drafting, processing, and forwarding of the supplementary appropriation and finance bill 2024 for the consideration of the House. 2, the executive arm of government proceed with processing and assessing the sub-sovereign corporate finance term loan of 150 billion from both African Export-Import Bank African Bank and Access Bank PLC with the details therein. Third, number 3 of the recommendation, that the proposed sub-sovereign corporate finance term loan facility be used to finance the 110-kilometer Senator Rashidi Ladoja Circular Road, and that the payment be settled through issuance of irrevocable standing payment order, ISPO, on the state government accounts. Mr. Speaker, we beg to report.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleague, let me first appreciate the Joint Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance and that of Committee on Work and Public Infrastructure for a diligent job done to the assignment given to them on behalf of the whole House. So on behalf of this honorable House, I want to say a big thank you to the entire member of both committee, most especially the indefatigable chairman of both committee. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to move that this honorable House do receive the report submitted by the Joint Committee, and having moved the motion for the receipt of the report, I want to move, Mr. Speaker, that the content and the recommendation in the report be accepted and adopted by this honorable House, and that the request by the executive for loan facility of 150 billion naira for funding of Senator Rashidi Ladoja Circular Road project be approved and granted by this honorable House, and this report to form part of working document of this honorable House. Distinguished honorable colleague, I so submit.
Second.
Honorable Adebisi Yusuf Oladidi, the Deputy Chief Whip, the 10th Assembly. I represent the good people of Ibadan Southwest Local Government Constituency 1. I stand up this morning to second this committee report, ably moved by my humble brother, Honorable Olasukun Babalola Samson. Report on the Joint Committee of Finance, Appropriation and State Economic Planning and Public Works and Infrastructure that interact with officials of the Ministries of Finance, Budget and Economic Planning and Public Works and Transport and Office of the Accountant General on debt profile of Oyo State and the loan request of 150 billion naira only for funding Senator Rashidi Ladoja Circular Road project, Monday, 22nd of January 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleague, I so second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. that the report be accepted by this House. Those in favor that the report be accepted and then the recommendations within the report as presented by the Joint Committee on Appropriation and Works be approved by this Honorable House, say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleague, I rise to move for the adjournment of this session till 10 a.m. this morning. Till 10:30 a.m. this morning. Distinguished colleague, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second that this House to adjourn till 10 a.m. this morning. 10:30 a.m. this morning, Mr. Speaker. I so second.
Those in favor that the House do adjourn until 10:30 a.m. this morning, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The leader. Leader, votes and proceedings.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleague. You are all welcome to the second plenary sitting for today, 30th day of January 2024. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, next item on the order paper is approval of vote and proceeding of first sitting of Tuesday, 30th January 2024.
Distinguished colleagues, please go through the votes and proceedings of the first sitting of Tuesday, 30th January 2024 for comments or corrections.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in the absence of any comment, disagreement, observation, objection, I rise to move for the approval of vote and proceeding of first sitting of Tuesday, 38th day of January 2024. Distinguished colleague, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Alami Waliwa, Honorable Representative Repo Olonsogo State Constituency of this Assembly. I write to second the motion as moved by the leader.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the votes and proceedings of the first sittings of Tuesday, 30 January 2024 be approved by this Honorable House, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleague, next item on the order paper is message from the governor.
No message from the governor.
Next item is order announcement by Mr. Speaker.
There are some announcements. The first announcement is to inform honorable members of the Committee of Lands, Housing and Survey that a meeting has been scheduled to consider the report on Oyo State's Real Properties Protection Bill 2023 immediately after today's sitting. Members are joined to attend punctually, please. Honorable O.S. Owolabi, Honorable A.A. Onalapo, Honorable B.G. Adebayo, Honorable O.T. Kende, Honorable Mrs. O.C. Olajide, Honorable O.A. Omikunle, signed by the chairman of the committee, Honorable B.O. Adiola, representing Iseyin Iteswaju. Second announcement is to inform honorable members of the Joint Committee on Finance, Appropriation and Economic Planning and Commerce and Cooperative that they will be sitting immediately after today's plenary at the conference room, New Office Complex, Oyo State House of Assembly. The underlisted honorable members should please kindly note and attend punctually. Honorable Mrs. O.C. Olajide Badonot, the Vice Chairman, Honorable S.A. Onalapo Bumosho, Honorable O.A. Olabi Badonot is 2, Honorable M.O. Abiola Akinyele 1, Honorable M. Aziz Kajola, Honorable J.A. Ogudele Orire, Honorable W.A. Salami Rekpo Olorunsogo, Honorable G.J. Oyikola Atiba, Honorable O.C. Rahman, Oyo East, Oyo West, Honorable M.O. Akonde, Ibadan South East, Honorable W.A. Akintayo Oluyole, Honorable O.M. Michael Ogumosho North, signed both by the Chairman, Finance, Appropriation and Economic Planning, Honorable O.S. Babalola, representing Egbeda, and Chairman, Commerce and Cooperatives, Honorable R.A. Mabaje, representing Edo constituency. Another announcement is to announce the courtesy visit that was paid to the Oyo State House of Assembly by three Right Honorable speakers from the Southwest, namely Right Honorable Barrister Adeoye Stephen Aribasoye, representing the Speaker of Ekiti State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Chief Olamide Oladiji Adesomi, that's the Speaker of Ondo State House of Assembly, and Right Honorable Adewale Olumide Egbedun, who is the Speaker of Osun State House of Assembly. Also in the entourage was the Majority Leader of Ekiti State House of Assembly, Honorable Engineer Tolulope Ige. Also the Majority Leader of Ondo State House of Assembly, Honorable Oluwole Ogun Mo Lasui. Also in the entourage was the Majority Leader of Osun, Honorable Koforola Babajide Adewumi. Also the Deputy Majority Leaders were present, Honorable Adekunle Emmanuel Oladimeji, Deputy Majority Leader of Osun, the Minority Leader of Ekiti East, Honorable Dele Ogun Sakin, also was present in the entourage, and also the Deputy Minority Leader of Ondo, Honorable Raymond Oluwatoyin Daudu. Members representing the Ekiti State House of Assembly was also present in the entourage, namely Honorable Abimbola Sholanke, Honorable Babafemi Fatunla, Honorable Ayodeji Adegbite, Honorable Idowu Odebumi, and Right Honorable Akim Jamiu, who was the former Deputy Speaker of Ekiti State House of Assembly. I believe for now that is all for announcements. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, the esteemed colleague. Next item on the order paper is petition.
No petitions.
Next item is matter of urgent public importance, Mr. Speaker.
I believe there's a matter of public urgent importance.
Yes,
Urgent public importance.
there is one, sir.
Yes. Honorable Ogundele, please present your matter of urgent public importance.
Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished colleagues, my names are Honorable Ogundele Johnson Akintola, Orire State Constituency. Matter of urgent public importance. Urgent need to abate reoccurring incidents of attacks and killings of innocent citizens of adjoining communities in Orire local government by suspected Fulani herdsmen, and call for serious cautions and decisive steps by security agency. Honorable J. Ogundele Orire, the House to note the unfortunate incident of serious and persistent attacks of my constituents by some suspected herdsmen that cut across some villages and communities in the last few days within this month of January 2024 in Orire local government. It is a known fact that Orire local government is an agrarian local government with proliferations of Fulani herders from time immemorial, and historical antecedents of incidents of farmers herders clash, which have been successfully managed by community leaders and government over the years for peaceful coexistence among inhabitants in the area. The House to aware that 2 incidents of attacks and killings of innocent people by Fulani herders occurs within a space of 9 days in Orire local government, precisely on Sunday, 21st January 2024, at about 8 p.m. Max Amusa Karim and Ojonla Karim were reportedly attacked by 10 suspected Fulani herdsmen on their way to Kambi along Aladere Onikoko village. The victims were seriously macheted by these suspected Fulanis. Mr. Speaker, sir, the victims are receiving treatment at Bowen University Teaching Hospital, Ogbomoso, for sustaining serious injuries. I have also visited the victims in the hospital for on-the-spot assessment, and it is disheartening to inform this House that one of the victims, Mr. Amusa Karim, got his left hand cut off completely by the herders. This is absolutely inhuman and barbaric in a civilized world like ours. Although the matter had been reported, referred, and being handled presently by the Oyo State Police Command, Eleyele, Ibadan. With 1 Fulani herders arrested for investigation in connection with disgusting acts. For the House to further aware that another incident of attack that led to the loss of innocent life occurred just yesterday morning, Monday, 29th January 2024, at about 9 a.m. It was equally gathered that on that faithful, one pastor, Segun Adegboyega of CAC Church, Gege Village, in Orire local government, had an intercation with Fulani herders instructing him to redirect his cattle towards another direction and not to the community. This led to serious argument, according to the report. Eventually, Pastor Segun Adegboyega was macheted to death by the Fulani herders in the presence of deceased wife and siblings. Sadly, the body of the deceased had been deposited at Bowen Teaching Hospital, Ogbomoso. When the incident happened, the people of the affected community apprehended 3 Fulani herders and were taken to the palace of Son of Ogbomoso, His Royal Majesty Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye, the Orumagege III, calmed the people down not to overreact and taking laws into their hands, which yielded positive results. Eventually, through the intervention of Son of Ogbomoso, the matter was timely reported to the Office of Area Commander, Ogbomoso, for further investigation on the matter by the police. They asked to observe that this continuous incident of attacks and killings of innocents by Fulani herders in our various communities, especially in Orire local government, need to be nipped in the bud, and decisive steps taken by government, the police, and other security agencies in the state should be of utmost priority in order to stop the manics. Resolved that this honorable House, 1, commend His Royal Majesty Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye Orumagege III for his fatherly role in calming the situation and preventing reprisal attacks over the killings of Pastor Segun Adegboyega by suspected Fulani herdsmen. Kí adé kó pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà kó pẹ́ ní ẹsẹ̀, kí ẹṣin ọba jẹ kó pẹ́ pẹ́. 2, direct the Committee on Security and Strategy to conduct comprehensive investigation on the matter intervenes with the police to get justice for the family of deceased. Other 15 being hospitalized at Bowen University Teaching Hospital and report to the House. Third, direct the chairman and officials of Orire local government to condole with the family of the deceased and give succor and assistance to his wife, Mrs. Funke Adegboyega, and 3 children left behind, as well as those presently in the hospital for treatment. Lastly, urge the Ministry of Justice and all security agencies in the state to see to the strict enforcement of your state open rearing and anti-grazing law under Omituntun 2.0 in addressing the menace and reoccurrence of attack on our people by Fulani herders. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to submit.
The leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to so desire to second the motion. But before I second the motion, let me raise a point of order. My point of order is to suspend Order 8, Rule 46.3 of Oyo State House Rule in order to allow the debate, comment, suggestion, addition in the motion of public urgent importance as moved by Honorable Ogundele. Distinguished colleague, I so submit.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the leader of the House that this House should consider the motion Order 846 sub 3. This matter to be discussed. I so second.
Distinguished members, those in favor that Order 846.3 be suspended in order for us to deliberate on this matter of urgent public importance, say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The leader.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleague, my name is Honorable Sanjo Adedoyin, the Honorable representative of Gonzo South State constituency and the leader of this assembly. Distinguished colleague, permit me to commend my dear brother, Honorable Ogundele Johnson, who came up with this motion of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, this issue of attack by the Fulani herders is becoming a recurring incident every now and then, and it is cutting across every corner of Oyo State. This informed this honorable House to take a proactive step in order to curb this menace before it continues to be rearing its ugly head from everywhere again. Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that this honorable House passed a bill on anti-grazing and grazing regulation in Oyo State. I wonder what has been causing the delay in the enforcement. Please, one house, please. AKT, one house, please. So, Mr. Speaker, I wonder aloud, as many helpless citizens of Oyo State on what might have caused delay or abandonment of that law wholeheartedly. Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that we put series of efforts on motion before that bill was passed into law. And immediately the bill was passed into law, His Excellency the Governor of your state went straight into action and assented the bill. But what might have caused the enforcement of that bill?
That's the Amotekun.
No, anti-grazing law.
Anti-grazing.
Yes. Now, Mr. Speaker, I warn the Committee on Security and the Committee on the Judiciary to do an holistic investigation and invite the Commissioner of Police as well as Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General of the state to tell us what are the impediments that has been causing the enforcement of anti-grazing law in Oyo State. Because without enforcing that law, we will be repeating the same thing here. And those people will be killing our people helplessly. We said we want to expand our economy in Oyo State. But now, the farmer cannot go to their farm. The trader cannot go to market. Everybody are now looking for a way of protecting their life from being slaughtered. And yet, on a daily basis, this Meyeti Allah, they are instigating their people to continue slaughtering, to continue attacking. And yet, we fold our hand and we say we are representing our people. The issue may not be just on us if we don't take a proactive step, and it must be taken now. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, for being proactive on several occasions. But it is high time they need to move to the next level. We remember when they came up with Amotekun, it was instigated, it was mainly the idea of Mr. Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde. Many accolades to him on that one, but they have to take another step now. I want to appeal that the executives should come up, especially across Southwest. They should come up with a security summit and look for a way of better equip Amotekun for the task ahead. The task ahead has gone beyond somebody taking Ibon Apekute, Ibon Apoyad. No, they need to be equipped with sophisticated and modern weapons. And anywhere they need us to come up with better legislation, we are always there for them. Please let them know that they should come up, Dawn Commission should come up with better solution to all these menace. It is becoming recurring incidents everywhere. Now, the major two incidents we are having in our security is Fulani harassment and that of kidnapper. And all those things are being perpetuated by the foreigners. So if you don't want all the effort we are putting into place to make Oyo State an economic hub to be in jeopardy, we have to come up with a very good security apparatus. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Okay, please, let's just, no need to repeat what has been said. If you have something new to say, DS, because we have a lot to do today.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues. Let me start by thanking Right Honorable Speaker and congratulating you on the visit of speakers from other Southwest states. You will all agree with me that this morning when we received them, they did talk about the issue of security and the issue of kidnapping.